Alright, how we looking here? Looks like everything is up and we are streaming properly. So let's get after it. Let's get after it. Alright, we've already spent all of those. I'm still not quite done with my faction stuff, so I do need to do some more of that today. Um, we've been sort of going through our gear as we go, but I actually think that I need to go back and try again with some of this stuff. Um, because I thought that you could put stuff in, like the same stuff in slots. So I was just going to overload with, um, I was going to overload with Cowl of Power. I feel like I saw something good about that. Ah. Anyway, I was going to overload with Leeching, but apparently I can't do that. So we're not going to be able to do that. So we need gem slots so we can Rune Glass Leeching on top of regular Leeching. We're going to get a little crazy with it. It's going to be a thing. It's going to be a fun thing. I'm going to enjoy myself. But let's go get some faction stuff done here. So there's so much to do in this game that I think people get sort of bogged down. I've been seeing a lot of stuff on Reddit and on YouTube and stuff like that. There's too much gear. What am I doing? Where am I going to farm? All of this different stuff. Yo, what's up, Gravy? How are you today? What are you getting up to?
Yes, I'm Sai Kumar, the alchemist. Who wants to know?
Playing random demos from the Steam Next Fest. Hey, nice. That sounds fun. Anything good? Gotta get that salamander. Saladmander. Anyway, so like I was saying, um, I think there's a lot of people. Yes, the Outside Bureau was fun. A game which use your voice to reply and game responds based on your reply. Even detects sarcasm and stuff. Oh, nice. So they're using some sort of like an AI, a language model. That's cool. They're probably using AI in very much the same way I want to use it for my game, which is that um, instead of giving any possible response, they've probably pared it down to where it's instead of going with anything that it could possibly think of, uh, they've probably given it a set of parameters like, okay, these are the possible things. So if you detect something that's like one of these things, pick the best match. And I think that's super duper important. I think that's definitely the way to go with AI. Well, I imagine if their game has a demo right now, they were probably doing it before me. But I'm glad to see that it's an idea that more than one person in the world is having. I mean, let's face it, as a as a single individual, well, I guess my older brother also helped a lot with that process. So as two individuals who have no game dev experience, anything that we come up with should be on the minds of, you know, the people who do that shit for a living. If I'm coming up with something and nobody in the dev world has also thought of it, we have a problem. I'm a pretty smart fella, but not so smart that I could subvert the combined intellect of every game dev on the world. Oh, I have no doubt that I'll make a very good game when I finally get done with this. I have no doubt whatsoever. Although, honestly, I don't want to program the game. Like, I'm going to, but I don't want to. There's kind of a horse and cart situation going on in my brain right now because I want my stream to be successful so that I can get some assistance making the stream game because that'll just make the whole process much easier. Um, but I think the stream game is pretty integral to my ability to grow my stream. So we're kind of in a pickle right now. Because I want to design the game. I don't want to program the game. I'm not that guy. It's not me. Been lots of people recently with New World and Throne and Liberty, which is nice to see. Yeah, it is pretty nice to see. Been having quite a bit of fun with it. Lots of new people to talk to. The biggest thing, I think the biggest hurdle that I've got right now to my channel's growth is my temper. I get angry or frustrated and I start swearing a lot. And I don't think that's good for the channel. And B, I don't put out enough content on YouTube. And I need to just buckle down and do it. I need to get me some sticky notes and put them up on my computer to remind myself not to be a psycho. We got to overcome our nature. Ah, you stupid asshole. That's what you get. You could have just left me alone. All I wanted to do was take all this stuff out of this weird open chest. You weren't even doing anything with it. And you had to come and fight me. I don't understand. Could have just gone about your wolfy life. Doing wolfy things. Yeah, but so like we were talking about earlier, there's just so much gear and there's so much stuff to parse, so much content to do, all of these different things. And one of the things I've been running into since this patch launched is that I want to have my best version of my gear for the content that I want to do so that I can do that content the best that I can. Um, and so I've been really concerned about, what am I going to build? What's my gear going to be like? And all that stuff. And I honestly, I think I've been going about that the wrong way. I feel like I should just do the content I want to do and then use that to slowly build up my gear and stuff. And just, if my gear gets good, that's great. But I'm already kind of in a position where I'm comfortable with where my build is at. I'm happy to just slowly build up artifacts. I'm happy to just slowly find, a new piece here or there. Um, the the MMO community, and specifically the PvP MMO community, is way too concerned about speeding to the best gear. And I think it is a huge detriment to the community because that's not being fully geared isn't really the fun part of an MMO. Um, being fully geared limits
Yes, I'm
where you
Saikumal,
can
the
have fun
alchemist. Who wants to know?
unless everybody else can be
Yes,
just as
I'm
geared as you.
Saikumal, the alchemist.
So the
Who
minute you
wants to
reach
know?
maximum gear score, it's like um, way back in the day. I don't know how prevalent this is anymore, but back in the day, one of the problems with League of Legends, one of the reasons that you got so many Smurfs in the lower tiers was because once you got up to like Grandmaster level on League of Legends, there are only so many people in that rank tier. And so there's only so many people to play against. And so you could be waiting, 20 minutes for a match, and then you're always playing against the same people. And that exact same problem is happening in MMO games. And it's happening at a really, really crazy rate. Um, but it's even worse because you don't have to make a Smurf, right? You don't have to manage an entire second account to also go beat on the lower tier players because there's no matchmaking system really in MMO content, right? All the matchmaking is just about putting random people together. And so all of these, really, really hardcore, massively optimized, only farming things that are absolutely going to get me my best gear kinds of players are just automatically in the mix with everybody else. So they never get any good fights because they can't queue up to play only people of their skill and gear level. And nobody at lower tiers can enjoy, that slow progression because no matter what, you're going to end up in a match with those people who are significantly stronger than you. And so it just becomes this really, really negative experience for everybody. And so I don't think the solution is to separate the players, right? I don't think that would necessarily be a good idea because, you don't want large queue times or anything like that either. You don't want to hamper the ability of those more hardcore players to even access content. But something does need to be looked at. Something does need to be done to improve the enjoyment of that slow progression of your gear. And I think that New World had it figured out before launch. So 4 years ago, before New World launched, they had a system that um, that adjusted your character's strength in PvP based on your equipment's relative power to your existing level. So if you were level 40 and you had all 400 gear score gear, then you would be just as strong as a level 60 with all 600 gear score gear. Now, your perks and stuff wouldn't quite be on par, but because your perk is still kind of based on your gear score, but your base attack values, your base armor values, all of these things were buffed if you were the lower tier character, or maybe the higher tier character was brought down to your level. I don't know exactly how the mechanics of it work, but a level 40 with good gear for a level 40 could fight a level 60 with good gear for a level 60 and be sort of on par. And I think that was a great system because it put everybody on this more even playing ground. And it became just a question of player skill that was the deciding factor in whether or not you won an engagement instead of just straight up stats, right? PvP should never be a stat check because if PvP is a stat check, then you just instantly give the win to the people who are not really playing the game, but optimizing the fun out of the game. You know, if you, for example, there were lots of cutscenes in Night Haven, but if you watched those cutscenes, it took you longer to get through the storyline than somebody who didn't, right? So that's, a half hour, 45 minutes of farming gear that other person got to do that you didn't. If you, you've basically turned MMOs into this weird speedrunning thing when you create disparity in power as the defining factor in competitive content. And speedrunning's cool, but we can have speedrunning in MMOs without needing to make it the whole game, right? You can do speedrun dungeons. You can do, all kinds of different stuff like that. I also came up with what I think is a really, really good idea. For creating difficulty, like a difficulty gradient in content. So, something that a lot of people do in MMO games is sometimes, maybe not all the time, but sometimes people really want to get with a smaller group to do content. So this just came to me last night. But what if instead of scaling up content, the more people you have in your party, what if we scaled up content the less people you had in your party as far as difficulty is concerned? So I don't mean that a boss should have more hit points or hit harder if you have 5 people instead of 6, but I think the relative difficulty of content should decrease the more people you have in that content. So, for example, if we have a 10-person raid, I think that it should be possible to do that 10-person raid as a solo. Because sometimes it's very difficult to get 10 people who know what they're doing to do a raid. But I think it should be the most difficult to do by yourself. So you up the difficulty scale of the content based on fewer people being involved. And so if you have a 10-person raid, you get 10 people together. That's the easiest version of the content because that's where you have the hardest time getting the entire time to do the entire team to do the right thing. Right? It's very, very difficult to get 10 people to do a mechanic. So make it the easiest when you have 10 people and then just scale it so that you can do it with 9 people, or you can do it with 8 people, or you can do it with 7 people, or you can do it with 6 people. And every time you take one of those people away, the mechanic gets more difficult to do, and the boss is relatively higher health and bigger damage until you literally get all the way down to where you can do it by just yourself. But when you're doing it by yourself, the mechanic is extremely difficult to do. And when it comes to like health points per player, it's got more health points per player. When it comes to damage per player, it's doing more damage per player because you're there by yourself. And so you can rely on you, and you only have to rely on you to get the content done. So those players who don't want to deal with, people who don't know mechanics and stuff like that, can play that solo hard version, right? They get the difficulty. But then players who maybe aren't as skilled, maybe aren't as well geared, they're still in their process of leveling up and earning all this new gear from their raid and stuff like that. They can team with a large number of players, right? Because the largest group of players is the average group.
Who wants to know?
Just by default, that's how averages work.
Yes, I'm Sai Kumal, the alchemist. Who wants to know?
And so they're going to have the easiest time doing the content. And then those of us who, and I'm not necessarily putting myself in this group, but those of us who get really far ahead and who, optimize everything and get all the best gear and all this other stuff can go in and have a really significant challenge with, just ourselves or, our team of 2 or 3 or whatever it is. And then, you create some sort of a leaderboard for that, right? Who can do it the fastest as a solo, who can do it the fastest as a 2-person team. And then that 10-person raid stuff is just fun, right? It's just 10 people getting together and going in and waylaying this boss. But that's just a thought that I had last night as I was going to sleep. But I think it would be a really, really good way to adjust difficulty for content. In fact, I think it might be the best way to adjust difficulty for content. But that's just for the PvE side. Now, as far as the PvP side is concerned, I don't really know. Uh, I don't know how to get higher skilled and higher geared players together in PvP and away from lower skilled or lower geared players without having some sort of a matchmaking system. And I don't know if that would even be a good idea. I guess this PvE system would alleviate some of that because it would make it easier for more casual players to get uh, the better gear and stuff and catch up. Because all you'd have to do is, jump in a team and then you could beat the harder content, and it would all be okay. But I feel like this is a bot. Nope, that's a... You can't tell if that was an NPC or if it was a bot. I was gonna drag the boss over to it if it was a bot and get it killed. Don't camp my lodestone, nerd. Don't camp my lodestone. Yo, what's up, Charles? How are you today? How'd your gaming go last night? Dooba-da-bop, dooba-da-bop, dooba-dooba-dooba-dooba-dooba-dooba-bop.
Yes, I'm Sai Kumal, the alchemist. Who wants to know?
What do we need? We need 1,000 points? 1,700 points? Well, let's just do a whole nother. One more run. Was getting frustrated with just dying to normal mobs even as a healer. Out in the open world or words are hard. Out in the open world, or were you doing like catacombs, or what was getting you? But a full set of the faction 730 gear. Oh, nice. Good job. That might be a good investment. So I actually think probably that is a good investment. And the reason for that is there is some difficulty getting that first bit of 700 gear. Because especially if you weren't playing before, right? If you just came back to the game and maybe you're either making a new character or all your gear is like 650 or 670 or something like that, and you didn't already have something above 700, I think you're finding yourself in a pretty rough situation like I was when I first got through Nighthaven, because I was only like 695 gear score, and so I wasn't even dropping level 700 plus gear. I was still only dropping level 690 something gear, and it was awful. I mean, just awful. And so on top of that, you know, if you already have this lower tier gear, you also need to get gear that is good at a baseline level. So you need, you know, gear with gem slots. Well, not every gear has a gem slot anymore. So that can become very difficult. You need gear with certain perks for armor and stuff like that. And again, not every piece of gear is going to have those specific common sort of necessary perks. And so you just end up in this really, really weird situation where um, it just gets really, really difficult to make that jump into the mid 700s. And then even when you do, it becomes difficult to get that first like mid tier good set of gear that you're going to want to maybe spend some umbral shards on. So yeah, it's definitely it's a weird position to be in. And so I think actually I probably should put out a little video or something on that and just talk about, you know, the first thing you have to do is you have to get to 700. You have to get over 700 or you're just not going to get the gear. And then I mean, it's a very new world thing, right? You got to do chest runs. So you get the taros at the top of all of the towers. You do all that stuff, and then you go to the underworld so you can try and get infixes. And
Who wants to know?
okay, we're on to the next tier here. So I don't actually want to turn in this stabilize yet. I want to turn it in to give me points towards the next one. So we're gonna go down here now. We're gonna get this next syndicate quest. And then we have just one more syndicate quest to do, and we'll finally be all the way leveled up on our faction. I've only had this character for like 2 years. No big deal. Well, I guess I've only had it for a year. It's named Survival Hermit. It would have only been made a year ago. But I didn't do anything to get this character leveled up, really. Alright. Use Psychokinetic Absorber on Alchemist Crockles in Mosswater Borg. Crockles. Here we are. Have I not even gone into Reekwater at all? Wow. I'm so good at this game. Haven't even visited a whole last zone. I like Reekwater too. It's a cool zone. But I guess it just doesn't have a lot of value for me right now. And that's something that kind of makes me sad about modern games too, is there's just a point at which a lot of the old content sort of loses its value, especially old open world content. And that's probably the saddest thing to me. So let's think a little bit. What's a way that game developers could keep open worlds more relevant for longer? No, I know that ESO, they did the scaling, and I think that's a great solution, right? Where every zone you go into scales as you go. And so every zone is always sort of on your level, so you can go anywhere and do anything. And it'll always sort of be difficult. New Worlds change names to Hermit's World. There you go. I can get behind that. It's my world, everybody else just lives in it, right? Level scale zones, scale the quests and dailies as well. Yeah, I could get behind that. So here's where I would be a little hesitant for like scaling dailies and stuff. Is if the dailies scaled, you still have to make sure that you make enough of them. So I think one of the concerns with being able to reuse content is that it motivates people to not make more content. So, you know, like there's a ton of content and stuff in New World, and there's a ton of zones and stuff like that, but most of them are useless. And so there's a lot of content that doesn't get used. But I'd be worried if we were reusing all of the content from all of these zones, they might not make more content. I don't know. But yeah, scaling zones seems like a good idea. I know that there are people who like the power fantasy of it all. There are people, like, for example, who don't like to play ESO because they don't want to. They don't want all of their work to sort of feel wasted, right? You get super powerful, and then you go back to like the starting zone, and all the enemies are still just as powerful as you. And I know that has been a complaint for ESO by some people, but I don't know if that group of people is large enough to matter. Do what WoW did during Cataclysmic, do a massive world altering event, make it worth going back into the zones. I think that is a great idea. All right, where's Lost Alchemist Crockles? Surely he's just right down here somewhere, right? If this dude's way up there, I'm gonna get mad. I just want to kill Crockles. All right, let's go up to the top. I could have sworn he was like right down here somewhere, though. Of course, I guess it's possible that things have changed since the last time I played. Oh, Crockles. Where are you, Crockles? Oh, there's so many things. Okay. Bop. Those are the same people who don't like SBMM in Call of Duty. Oh, they don't want to possibly lose. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think skill-based matchmaking, I think, is so important. I don't know why there's some crazy group of people out there who are opposed. But I think you're right. I think those people just want to beat on people who are weaker than them and call it skill. I think that's also something that is fairly prevalent in PvP MMO games, because I think there's a fairly large contingent of PvP players who want to win. They don't necessarily want to fight. And I think the prevalence of mega guilds is pretty telling as far as that's concerned, because, you know, mega guilds just absorb all the best talent because that's how you win, right? Instead of that talent spreading out so that better fights occur. Alright, I think we're just jumping off the side of this thing back to the bottom here. I could have sworn this boss was literally just right here. I feel like he's got like a little crocodile with him. Ah, there he is. Ran all the way up to the top there for no reason. And he does have a little crocodile with him. I do think he's moved. I don't think he used to be here. I think he used to be over there. Ooh. Now for some reason he's got all kinds of crocodile friends. Ooh, I might be in trouble here. There we go. Got little Mr. Crockles. Who's the best at this game? I'm the best at this game. So good, nobody can keep up.
Then the deed is done.
Alright. One more rank, right? One more rank. I think this is the person I can talk to about like buying gear and stuff. I just wanna check the rankings and things again.
Everything is in motion now. I need a fixer, and that means you. Or perhaps you seek assignment to even greater conflict.
I'm going to become a magus. Ultimate trophy components? Oh my gosh. Alright. Can't believe you could just straight up buy full sets of 730 gear. Do these have... Okay, yeah. Where's the heavy at? Let's see what kind of stats the heavy has. Shirking fortification, sacrificial empowerment, critical retribution. Oh, I don't like these at all. I really don't like that. Sacrificial empowerment and shirking on heavy gear is trash. I do like this though, thorny reflection. I wonder if that's something I can get other places. Taking a critical hit will reflect nature damage back to the target equal to 6.4% of your weapon damage and reduce the attacker's crit chance by 8% for 3 seconds. That's cool. I feel like that's maybe like the best PvP perk in the game. All right. Let's go finish some of this action. Shouldn't take us too long to get the rest of this all done. I definitely think that taking it a little slower is going to be a big deal. There's also some sort of an underworld. I think it's all those things that are connected by those carts, all those different little underworlds that you can go to.
Yes, I'm
And I'm pretty
Saikumal,
sure
the
those.
alchemist. Who wants to know?
Why can't I turn in? I could have sworn I had a quest to
Yes,
turn in.
I'm Saikumal.
I think it got rid of my quest.
Yes, I'm Saikumal, the alchemist. Who wa-
That's annoying. Um, but if I'm not mistaken, the underworld is these right here. Places where you can get the anima quartz. And I think down inside of these, the tarot chests that you can get down in these is how you get um infixes. So we're actually going to go down in there and we're going to do some exploring and we're going to see if we can't find a route. Something we can do every day and pick up any tarot chests or any elite chests or anything like that down in those areas. I have 22 of the 24 tarots now. I picked up a couple extra one. So infixes are really, really unique affixes for your gear that are exclusive to, or maybe not exclusive to, but are new to Nighthaven. I think they are also exclusive to Nighthaven. But what they do is they create perks, sort of like artifact perks, that are really build defining and sort of change the way certain skills or certain weapons or something like that might work. And they're going to be, so you have set pieces, you have, no, they are inherent perks. So you see down here where I've got shock attunement and shirking nature on this sword. They're perks like that, but they're really, really different. They might affect a certain skill in a certain way, or they might affect a certain weapon in a certain way, or they might um, do a couple of different things. And I don't know what the infixes are. We haven't been given like a full list or anything like that, so I don't know what all the possible options are. They're just very, very unique, very strong perks that you can only get in certain places in Nighthaven. Um, and then so you also have those set items that we were looking at that you can get from the catacombs or from the raid. Right, right. Something similar to that. Or it could be, like this musket that I have. This artifact musket gives crits bleed, and it works for both weapons that I'm carrying. So it could be something like that. Um, that's just stronger than most other perks and is fairly unique. They're going to be things that are pretty build defining, though. So we're going to have to try and get some and see, what some of the options are, what some of the possibilities are. But that's super late game stuff, too. That's not going to be the first set of gear you build, isn't going to be a full set of infix gear, because getting a full set of infix gear is going to take hours and hours of farming. So, lazy sinner. This person saved my life the other day. Um, Stop salvaging all non-named. Yeah, you should stop salvaging all non-named or artifact gear anyway. The named gear isn't necessarily the best gear. So what you're looking for, just sort of offhand, if you want to get a really good baseline set of gear going, then what you need to look at is you need to look at the inherent affixes, right? Like I've got arcane conditioning, abyssal conditioning, vital synergy here. You need to look at these based on what your build is, right? If you're a healer, then you might be looking for something sort of different than what I've got here. But multiple conditionings is definitely a good start on armor pieces. And then you're probably going to want a gem slot, because you have to have gem slots to get, your rune glasses in there. And the rune glasses are extremely strong. So you're probably going to want a gem slot. You're going to want to make sure that there's good attributes on here. And then you don't want a skill slot probably on your armor, because the skill charms are more effective in weapons. So you probably want to put all of your skill charms in weapons. But a couple of defensive slots if you're trying to be more tanky, or a couple of offensive slots on top of a skill gem slot are probably what you're looking for. So, yeah, I mean, just a couple of good tanky things here, a couple of defensive slots, and a gem slot is probably a really good baseline for your first set of gear. And that's stuff that you can take to 800, right? Spend some umbral shards on it. And then don't worry about sets, don't worry about infixes. No, so anything over 700 can become 800. Anything 700 plus can be leveled up to 800. So, like, for example, this was only a 730 sword, and I just went ahead and upgraded it to 800 yesterday. And the way you do that, so basically everything you do now is giving you these umbral crystals. And you can get 4,000 umbral crystals a week, and you can only hold 4,000 umbral crystals at your maximum. So you need to use these periodically throughout as you play to level up gear. And so any piece, all these pieces that I've got here, right, this 730, this 700 artifact, this 750, all of these can be leveled up to 800. And so all I have to do that is I just go and I find a piece and I click it and I hit upgrade, and then I just spend my umbral shards. And the higher level, the more umbral shards per level. So it takes about 1,000 umbral shards to get something from level 700 all the way up to level 800. So you can do that was new with this patch. So instead of the umbral crystals that you used to get, that you used to use to upgrade from 700 to 725, they've now just made this whole umbral shard system. It's much, much easier to deal with, and it allows much more variety in the equipment you can use. So they didn't have to like change the artifacts or anything like that, because all of the old 700 gear score artifacts can still just be leveled up to 800 and still be relevant. So they were just trying to, you've got your Gorgon gear, which was all 700, and people were leveling up to 725, or maybe it was 725 to start. But they didn't want that gear to become totally irrelevant. And so you were able to upgrade your Gorgon gear to level 800 as well. And that's what a lot of people are doing, is people who had the Gorgon gear from the original raid are actually in a really good spot in this patch. Because they were able to just upgrade that stuff to level 800. Well, not just upgrade it to level 800, right? They've got to get the shards. And so they're still not quite there yet. But they're upgrading all of that gear so that they can... And, I mean, that's a really good baseline for them. So if you didn't have the Gorgon gear, right, if you didn't do that raid and get that full set, then you're honestly kind of in a weird spot. Because the Gorgon gear is your baseline set. And that's maybe something that you could do, is if you didn't do the Gorgon stuff before, if you didn't have your full Gorgon gear before, maybe instead of trying to find... yeah, I haven't either, Charles. So... but maybe instead of trying to find decent gear in Nighthaven, maybe the best path for those of us who don't already have Gorgon is to just go get the Gorgon gear and then just level that up. Because it's really good. It's not going to be considered best in slot, but it's definitely a good starter best in slot. If you leveled it up to level 800, you could definitely do the raid. You could definitely do all the M3s. You could definitely do all that stuff if you leveled up a Gorgon set to 800. And you don't need level 800 or even 7 something. If you had just all 725 gear, you could probably do the Gorgon raid. Because that's when the Gorgon raid existed, was back at 725, so... I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Stupid ass wolf. There's a lodestone in there. Probably go get it. Ooh, there's 2 lodestones. A big problem I have is I have a tendency to skip stuff. Especially because things become a lot more of a grind when they're no longer relevant and they're just stepping stones to a new end game. I feel like things are a lot more grindy. For example, this faction stuff that I'm doing would have been something you would have done over a longer period of time had you done it, way back when the game first started. Because you don't necessarily, or you didn't necessarily need the faction stuff, and you could kind of do it as you leveled. But now, because I'm already level 70, I'm already in the end game, and because there are resources and stuff I need to be able to buy from my faction vendor, here I am, trying to do this all in sort of one fell swoop. And so it becomes much, much more grindy because of that. And they have made it a lot less grindy than it was back when the game first launched, but still, it's fairly grindy.
Yes, I'm Sai-Kumal, the alchemist.
The same thing would be true of getting your Gorgon gear. It wasn't necessary to have all of it when the Gorgon was the new content, right? It was fine to get one piece at a time, level up that one piece, and just start working towards all of your gear. That was kind of the end game chase. And so now that it feels like that Gorgon gear is sort of like where your baseline needs to be to start delving for really, really good versions of the new gear, it just, again, it becomes kind of grindy. Like, you're like, oh my gosh, I've got to go through this Gorgon thing like 10 times in a row, or 20 times in a row, or however long it takes to get it. But I should watch a video or something. I should see about doing some Gorgon. Maybe see about getting some of that gear, because it is just super good baseline. Look at all these silly little green nerds out here. Silly little green nerds. Hmm. I feel like that was a misstep. Especially because I don't think that the Gorgon gear really stands up to the new end game gear. You know, it doesn't have a set. It doesn't have any of that stuff. So what would be the point of doing the Gorgon? Let's see. Hive of the Gorgon. Okay. So minimum requirement is still level 65 and 710 gear score. So I don't know who's talking about it got upgraded. But the gear drops look the same. Um yeah, I think you'd still be good. I don't know what people are smoking, but this all seems fine to me. Minimum 710 gear score. You might have a hard time, but I think that was probably the minimum gear score before as well. I think you'll be okay. Yeah. Yeah, people suck. And this is why. So I was talking about a system earlier of how you could make content viable for anyone and still make that content very difficult. And my solution is that content should actually get easier, like relatively. It should get easier the more people you bring with you, and you should be able to do all content with any number of people. So the hardest way to do content should be solo,
Who wants to know?
and it should be designed to be soloable. So, for example, this 10-person raid, there should be mechanical versions of this 10-person raid that are viable to do no matter how many people you bring, right? Either you bring 10 people or you bring just yourself. And so if you bring 10 people, that's the easiest version of the content relatively, right? It's still going to maybe need, 3 or 4 people to know the mechanics. It's still going to need, some knowledge and stuff like that. But it's going to be a way for new players to get in and learn the mechanics and stuff. The boss will have lower health per player. It'll do less damage than maybe it would if you were in there by yourself, at least relatively. Again, because you're expecting to have 2 healers. So even though it's maybe doing more health, maybe doing more damage, its threat level is actually slightly lower. And so that way you're not hindering people who are playing as a group by having, just one person who doesn't know the mechanic wiping the entire raid. And then if you want a big challenge, right, if you want a more difficult version of the boss, then you make those difficult versions for lower numbers of people. So if you go in there by yourself, you get the version of the boss that is going to be the most mechanically difficult because you're only one person, and so the mechanic can be made really hard. And you're going to get the boss that has, the most hit points character or per player, right? So, if there's 10 people, it has 1,000,000 hit points. If you're one person and you go in there, maybe it still has like 500,000 hit points. And so it's much more difficult. And then its damage, its threat to you relative to the number of players would be higher. And you want to keep it that way. So, you might not have a designated healer. You might not have 2 healers in your raid group because you're just one person. but it's still so it's not going to do as much damage as it would do when you had a 10-person raid, but it's still going to do more damage, be more threatening to you relatively. So that way, if you want the challenge, instead of having to rely on other people knowing what they're doing, you go in by yourself or with a 2-person team or a 3-person team, right? Some sort of pre-made. Or maybe that's how you do it. Maybe you change the mechanic based on whether or not you joined a random group or if you joined with a pre-made. So if you join with a pre-made, then you get the harder version of the boss. And, you create some sort of a leaderboard, right? It doesn't even have to be more rewarding. Give people a leaderboard and they'll play the content to try and be better than everybody else, right? But yeah, give a more difficult version of the boss to pre-made groups and give a less difficult version of the boss to random groups. And so random grouping becomes this like way that you learn the content and way that you do new content. Because while I don't want to completely sanitize the difficulty of the game, right? I don't want to just face roll my way through everything. And I do want to do difficult content with friends. And I do want to overcome difficult challenges. When your progression, right, your gear progression, especially in a PvP MMO like this, when your gear progression is locked behind those more difficult contents and behind doing those more difficult contents a lot of times, trying to do that stuff with a pre-made is extremely difficult because maybe you don't have enough time or everybody in your pre-made doesn't have enough time to play. So you end up relying on randoms, and that can just become really frustrating.
Yes, I'm Sai.
So there definitely needs to be a way to tone down the difficulty when you're just trying to get it done for your gear. Or when you're new, right? If it's your first time doing the boss, having an easier version of the boss would be nice. Or I guess, I mean, something like a wipe mechanic where, every time you die, I don't agree with allowing raids to be soloable. They should still have 10-person requirement, but I don't know. Thing they're doing like WoW and having the different difficulties for the raids and dungeons. Yeah, I mean, I'm down with different difficulties. Why is it that you don't think a raid should be soloable, though? I don't, I guess I don't see where the downside to being able to solo a raid is. Because making all content solo inevitably lead to reduced social and grouping as a whole. And at that point, the MMO genre might as well die and all games just be single player RPGs. I wildly disagree. A, grouping isn't social. Being in a group doesn't make your interaction a social interaction, right? The way I group with most players, they might as well be NPCs, right? I don't talk to them. They're just there because I'm required to have other players in my content. But beyond that, there are a lot of different types of activities, and all of those activities have group mechanics. And so if you want to do content with a group, being able to solo content doesn't make that unavailable to you. But the point is to allow people to group for content that they want to group for. For example, I like to group for PvP content, but I don't really care to group for PvE content because I have goals with my PvE content that maybe aren't in line with the goals of the other people that I'm playing with. And so I end up with this sort of barrier, or I become a barrier to other people getting what they're trying to get done when I'm trying to get what I'm doing done. And so other people just sort of become that barrier for you. So when I think about the social aspects of gameplay, when I think about the social aspects of MMOs, I don't think that we need to be focusing on trying to force people to group together, because I don't think that creates necessarily a social environment. In fact, I think forcing people to group together creates a lot of toxicity, because it's really easy to blame somebody else for a failure, especially if you don't know that person. So when I think about social interactions, I think about having content that is varied enough that it requires cooperation, even if that cooperation doesn't involve interacting with the other player directly. So, for example, if I wanted to actually upgrading the towns in this game is a decent example of a social system as opposed to a grouping system. So in this game, in order to upgrade towns, the guild that owns the town decides what their upgrade is going to be. And then the quest board in that town gives out quests that you can complete to support the upgrading of that town. That's a social system, because everybody is coming together to accomplish a task, even if they're not directly interacting with each other. But forcing people to group up to complete content doesn't really create social stuff. Social interactions come from, open world events where lots of people all come together to do things, like the world tour runs that people do for chest running and stuff like that. These are social events. But just getting, 4 people or 10 people or whatever to do some raid content is almost antisocial, because it creates a lot of toxicity and makes people not want to interact with each other more, because you get that bad taste in your mouth where maybe you were the weak link in a raid, and so somebody was yelling at you, and now, okay, well, people in this game suck, I don't want to interact with them anymore. Or maybe you were, the carry in a raid, and everybody else was doing the mechanic wrong, and you wiped over and over and over until finally, you were able to carry the entire raid. And it's like, oh my gosh, these people aren't even any good at this game. I don't even want to play with them. And I think that drives a wedge in the social fabric of the game more than anything. Social interaction is about common goals. So, getting on Discord, discussing strategies, stuff like that, is one type of social interaction. Um, and I'm down with fostering that type of social interaction. But that's only one facet of social gaming. And I wouldn't even say that that's a social part of the MMO. That's just um, that's just gamers being social. And that's something that can be done even if the game was entirely soloable, right? You could still get on a Discord. You could still discuss strategies on how to speed up your solo run, right? The speed running community in gaming is an extremely social community. That those games are almost entirely solo, right? But they're constantly talking about, glitches or tricks or whatever to make yourself move faster or go faster or do certain things faster. So that's, I mean, literally the exact same type of social interaction is happening in those communities as well. And those are offline single player games. So, do I think that we should foster those types of social interactions? Absolutely. I think guilds are great for that, right? Forcing people to come together to do small bits of content together is never going to foster that kind of social interaction, right? When's the last time you got in a Discord with the randoms that you queued up with on a raid? I have never gotten in a Discord with randoms that I queued up with in a raid. In my entire 20-something years as an MMO gamer, it has never happened. So I think if you want to foster that specific type of social interaction, then you foster good guild systems. And then you get that whether you're doing solo content or not. But if you want to foster in-game social interaction, then you have to create common goals. And this game actually does kind of a decent job of that. There's the influence race, which is a faction-based group system to get together to push an area, a zone, into a war deck state so that a guild can declare war and take over a zone. And then you have, the upgrading of the settlements and stuff like that, or a very community social interaction. Never queued or pugged a raid. I only do that with guild. And if I queued into an M2 or M3, I would definitely join voice. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a different kind of social interaction. I'm going to pug all of this content. You saw in Throne and Liberty, when I was playing Throne and Liberty, I pugged all the Throne and Liberty content that I could too. And pugging is significantly more difficult, but you also, a larger percentage of the community pugs content than the percentage of the community that does content with a pre-built group. And the reason that's the case is because a lot of people have limited time to play, and developing a static group takes a lot of input, right? It takes a lot of energy. You have to constantly be talking to those individuals. You have to be setting up times. You have to be making commitments and then keeping those commitments. And playing a video game is sort of the lowest thing on your priority totem pole for most people, right? You've got work, you've got family, you've got health, you've got friends, you've got, all of these other things that sort of have to take precedence over whether or not you can do a raid that day. And so for the average gamer, that's just not viable at all. And so they have to pug. And so they get in there with randoms. And, the stuff is hard. Raids are designed to be extremely difficult, which is why I think that if you want to make a system that can be extremely difficult but doesn't promote toxicity, then I think that my idea of making the content more difficult relatively, the fewer people are involved, is a great way. Because if you've only got, an hour a day to play, but you want to go do this really cool raid and you want to go, have that experience, the easiest way for you to do that raid is to go in with 10 people, right? And that'll be the relatively easiest version of the content. And I think that's great because that's what a lot of people will want to do, right? People join mega guilds because they don't necessarily have time to develop a guild for themselves, but they want to be there. They want to be a part of all those victories. They want to be a part of all that. And so if the 10-person raid is the easiest version of the raid, and it only takes a couple of people with some knowledge to get the raid done, and everybody else is just kind of there to throw out damage and heals, then everybody can still get that feeling. Everybody still gets to beat that content. Everybody still gets to get those rewards. But then if you want a really difficult version of it, then you pare down the number of people because it's easier to get it's easier to get a small group of really dedicated people together, right? It's easier to play with 3 people consistently than it is to play with 10 people consistently, for example. Maybe it doesn't go all the way down to solo, right? Maybe that's an extreme version of that. Maybe it goes from 10 people to 6 people, and the hardest version of the raid is the 6-person. But it's still possible to do with those 6 people. I don't, my first idea isn't necessarily the best version of that idea. But I like the idea of making the content more difficult if you have fewer people in it, and then making the easiest version of it the full group version. Because I think that will save a lot of average or less skilled players from a lot of the really, really bad toxicity that comes with endgame content. Because we would have to be lying to ourselves if we were to say that endgame PvE content in every MMO in the world isn't just a toxic cesspool of people being elitist assholes. I mean, you already said people are just gatekeeping Gorgon. Even though it looks like the requirements are all still exactly the same as they were, people are now asking for people with gear scores that weren't even achievable when the raid came out before they'll let you in their group to do the raid. Like, that's insane. That's toxic. And it's because they're just there for the rewards. They just want to get it done and move on. They don't want to help anybody. They don't want to run the risk of potentially wiping. They don't want to do any of that. And that's fine. But now you've made it completely inaccessible to most of the new players. Who are now going to have to pug the raid because no group will join them. When that content should be getting easier, it's actually getting more difficult for those players. Don't you do it, nerd. And I definitely think that some sort of a leaderboard will always go a long way in that stuff too. I'm kind of surprised that there's no sort of leaderboard with the catacombs, because the catacombs lends itself really well to like a point leaderboard system, and you already have the points, right? You already have the little silver coins or whatever that you get in there can absolutely just be a point system. So it's really surprising to me that there's no leaderboard for like who got the most silver coins in a run. Um, and that, I mean, that's all it needs to be, right? Because your bosses give you silver coins. Maybe the gold coins can count for, a certain amount. So every gold coin could be 20 silver coins or something like that, because that's about how they shake out. So the more bosses you kill, the more points you get, and then just give us a little leaderboard. And you'll have people going down there with their little 3-person statics and just, coming up with strategies and all that stuff to push that as hard as they can. Building really synergistic builds that are designed to overcome specific obstacles, specific bosses that are maybe really, really difficult to get through, that maybe extend the time of the run. That's another interesting idea. And something I think would be cool is, what if there was a way to extend the timer down there so that you could be down there for longer? I'm really enjoying the catacombs, but I definitely think there are some more mechanics and things and interesting stuff that could be added. I'd like to see them to add, some more tile sets, which I imagine they probably will in the future. I'd like to see them add more buffs and stuff like that, which again, I'm sure they will in the future. So it's a really good baseline for that system, but I'd really like to see maybe some new cool things added. We'll see what happens in the future with that. It's probably my favorite bit of content in any MMO so far, though. As far as, your repeatable, grindy, this is how you gear up kind of content. I love the catacombs. I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. I would like to maybe not have a time limit at all. I think it'd be really cool to push. There's already people that are posting videos of the optimal group setup for catacombs. Seems like tank with 2 fire staff rapiers are the best. I could see that makes sense, right? The fire staff is a really good AoE, and your rapier is a really good single target. So you've got boss killing potential as well as AoE killing potential. So I could definitely see that being a thing. But I think that really minimizes, right? Saying it's all about fire staff and rapier, I think is really minimizing people's focus and narrowing their focus too much. Because I think it's all about having enough AoE to clear the trash while maintaining extremely high single target DPS as well. Because your most difficult content, your most time consuming content, is your single target content, right? The bosses have the highest health pools. And so killing them is the thing that takes the most time. So you have the most time to shave off there, right? If it takes 4 minutes to kill a boss, then you could save maybe 2 whole minutes on that boss fight by killing it faster. But if it takes, 30 seconds to kill a pack of mobs, you might only be able to shave 3 or 4 seconds off of that. Now, you could shave that 3 or 4 seconds off of a whole lot of mobs, but so there's a balance in there, right? You need to do enough AoE damage to basically one-shot the small, simple packs. And then you need to do enough single target damage, or all of your other damage needs to be, high-end single target, burst down big enemies. So I actually don't think that 2 fire staves is probably the answer. I think that 1 fire staff probably does more than enough damage to clear the trash. And I think beyond that, you need, I think you need a tank, right? I think a tank is really important. And then you probably need a dedicated boss killing build in there. But I definitely don't think that 2 fire staffs is optimum at all. Have I cleared all of these? Yes. I also think that there's a lot of strategy and moment-to-moment gameplay that's pretty important. If, for example, if you have a fire staff and that person is going to be AoEing down your trash mobs, then you can't use those fire staff skills until all the trash mobs are in a group, or you waste that potential, right? So if you've got Firestorm and you Firestorm down 1 enemy and you don't have any other good AoE damage skills, then now your good AoE is gone and you might have 2 or 3 more enemies you have to kill. So then how are you you're gonna have to single target down those enemies, and now you're extending the amount of time it takes to kill that specific pack by, 2 times or 3 times the amount of time taken. So not just the build that you take, but also the way that you play is going to be extremely important in getting through that. If you're unwilling to wait the, half a second for your tank to group things and you just start attacking things, and then because you're attacking things, things start spreading out and moving all over the map, and then your tank's running around trying to gather them all up, I mean, you can just extend a fight so long if you play the fight wrong from the beginning. You can take a 10-second fight and turn it into a 2-minute fight easy. And it's difficult to be patient, especially in situations like where you have the corrupted portals, and you keep getting enemies spawning sort of in the middle of your fight, and then more enemies spawn. Right, you're down to the last enemy, and then more enemies spawn, and so now you've got to go get those all clumped up, and it feels a little hectic. And it feels like, oh my goodness, I need to start attacking this enemy right now. But that is actively making you slower. If you just hang on a second for some cooldowns, let that tank grab up those enemies, and then burst them all down together, you drastically increase your speed. Drastically. But I also don't think that fire staff is necessarily Why are these nerds attacking me? Is this ally gonna come help me at all? What a fucking prick, dude. Why did that other purple dude not come help me? That's so annoying. Now I don't even know where I am. Oh, I went the wrong freaking way. Okay, well, guess we're done with this. That person is definitely better geared than me. And I'm not dealing with that shit. How annoying.
Yes, I'm Sai Kumal, the alchemist.
Okay, yeah, all those quests get reset up when you teleport. Oh, I can get 2 shattered crowns. And 2 crowns of power. I do think I'm going to give Catacombs a try tonight and see what it's like as a healer. Catacombs as a healer, if you end up also with a oh, these aren't artifacts. If you end up also with a tank, healer tank is enough to pretty much get you through anything. So the only difficulty you're going to have is you're going to be slower because you have a little less DPS. Because normally when I run, I either get tank healer DPS or tank DPS DPS. You might get healer DPS DPS, in which case you're going to have a really hard time because DPSs are hard to keep alive. But, oh, this is interesting. But, having a healer is probably the most consistent way to get through the catacombs. So you're probably always going to get two bosses killed. But you might not be able to get 3 very consistently because it's always going to be a little slower. Unless you also find a way to get unless you also find a way to get some DPS going for yourself. If you find a way to get some DPS going for yourself, then you'll be a lot better off because you can help push that DPS a little bit. So maybe bringing like a secondary void staff or something like that. All right. Well, I guess we've got both of these. Then we'll go ahead and use our wild stamp here. And we'll use our wild stamp here. Then we'll use one right here. Oop, could have put it here maybe. I don't know. Let's go see about getting ourselves some boxes. So there are 2 places where you can get 5 tarot crates. You have this this tower over here, where all you've got to do is run up with these little orbs and trigger these things. So we're going to do that one first. Where'd that dude go? Seems like these people were having some problems. Running up the tower, the tower, the tower. Running up the tower to get all my things. Do pretty decent DPS as a healer because I have the Void Blade set up where I can cast one skill from the Void Blade tree that allows people to heal by doing damage. Plus, I have Sacred Ground. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the big deal, I think, in the Catacombs. And it'll be a very different build than you likely use for a lot of other content. You know, because like when you're raiding and stuff like that, it's almost entirely based on maintaining that healing. You know, you're going to be even using your regular light attacks and stuff to heal in a raid, as opposed to in the Catacombs where that's not really necessary, especially once you start getting some power-ups and stuff that give some of that stuff. I actually am really good at this one, Cheesy. This one doesn't cause me any problems at all, which I'm very happy about. It is It is not my nemesis. So let's see, we get 15 umbral crystals here per chest. Off work, so I'm out. If it happens, I'll be able to actually create a character on your server. I'll let you know. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Damien. Have a good day. Getting yourself some New World on. Alright, let's see what we pulled out of here. I always like to check my loot, like, as I get it. 2 empty skill slots. Shirking, Arboreal Attunement. So, shirking is really interesting to me. I know a lot of people are all about these attunements, but I think there's a situation where shirking is actually stronger in PvP because you're going to be dodging a lot more. So in a really high dex build, I think something like this could be really good, especially we have 2 empty skill slots. So we could get some really powerful things going on for like our backstab and maybe our whirling blades or our leap lunge. And I think we could just hit people really, really hard with like a PvP sword shield build with the shirkings. I think that'd be really interesting. I don't really want this particular weapon, but it's at least interesting. Shirking, attunement, so we're not going to want that. Thwarting, shock, thwarting. Well, that's interesting. 4% damage against grit, 5% damage while you have active grit. Plus shock attunement. That's very interesting. Probably not what I want. Also, no gem slots. Shirking, attunement, empower, no. Probably no. And probably no. Okay, nothing good out of there. Bummer. We're going to go back. There's one more location that I want to go do a run on. And that's actually the elite. And I think to do that, I might actually switch my stats and go full con. Because it is a little difficult not to die. Whoops. But you can just run up this elite one and get all 5 of the chests without actually having to fight the boss. And it's mostly hilarious. Mostly hilarious. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go into our attributes. Let's respec. What is it? 50 gold? Yeah, that's worth. Let's just top out the con here. Because why not get crazy? 2,400 hit points? Yes, please. Or sorry, 24,000. And then we're just going to run ourselves up to the top. Looks like somebody else is also on the way to the top. If you weren't running a tank build with tons of con, you'd have to actually be capable of dodging those fire attacks. And I'm definitely not. Oh, people are going up like the normal way. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Let's get crazy. Go crazy. Ah, 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 ah. Oh, I didn't get that. Boop. And now it's chest time. Because we wouldn't want to actually have to kill enemies to get loot. That sounds awful. Ooh, 2 golden scarabs. Say what now? And then there's a chest in each of these little corner rooms as well. Booyah! It gave me a fire staff. I don't use fire staves. What are you doing to me, game? Give me something tasty. Booyah. Alright, let's see what we got out of our new 5 chests here. We got a fire staff with sundering stacks, frost, and shirking nature. That's definitely not good. We've got shirking fording end. No. We've got trenchant shirking end. No. Arcane attunement trenchant crits. Frost attunement. Heavy melee attacks deal plus 16% critical damage. Wow, with a gem slot and an offensive slot. I think I'm actually okay with that. Trenchant crits is pretty good. We might lock that in. Let's see. Sacrificial empowerment. Shirking fortification. Nope. We got some medium boots here with... Oh, they're actually going to kill this dude. Let's go help them kill this dude. Best tank, NA. Does that dude not drop gear? Are you kidding me right now? Give me my loots, dude. Alright, sacrificial empowerment, strike conditioning. Maybe. That's a super high DPS boot right there. So that's 2 offense slot, skilled enchantment, and enchant, which honestly are actually pretty good to have both of. So it just kind of came with 2 good charms in it. But then lifestealers drops, gaining lots of lifesteal, sacrificial empowerment, giving up some DPS or some tank for more DPS, and then the strike conditioning is your only defensive perk in that entire piece of armor. So we might actually lock that in. Because that's kind of crazy. The fact that you can get offensive perks on your body armors and stuff now is kind of wild. And just the quantity of offensive perks that you can get on your body armors now is pretty crazy. There's a nice little grove of orichalcum tier wood here, which is kind of nice. We're going to go ahead and scoop this up. Since it's right here next to where I'm at. So something I've been noticing is that I'm not really getting any charms. I'm getting a lot of charm pieces, but I'm not getting very many just whole charms. I don't know what the rate at which I'm supposed to be able to get charms is. I don't know where I'm supposed to be able to get those charms. It all seems very difficult to deal with. Hey, crate of logging materials. Oh, I've got my constitution all the way up right now. I had forgotten. I kind of just want to run this much constitution. Like, it's a little goofy, but I like it. 500 con feels good. $500 con feels real good. 25,000 HP. Baseline. It's silly. Let's actually look at our inventory. So I did just pick up 2 golden scarabs from 1 chest. Which is a little fucking crazy, right? Oh, nope. It said I picked up 2, but I only got 1. That's weird. But I got a golden scarab from one of these tarot chests, which is really cool to know that it's possible. But I still haven't picked up any more actual charms. I've gotten lots of pieces of charms, but I haven't picked up any actual charms. Which makes me a little sad. Now, I don't know what to do about that. A rare crafting material that when combined with timeless shards allows a crafter to select 2 perk items. Okay. So it's time to look at more places to go get stuff. Apparently, so Cheesy, if you're still here, is this what you meant when you said the underworld was these little cave things? Is where you can get infixes? This one says level 70. So let's go to that one. I think that's the answer. Actually, I think this is the one that I tried to come into before and got my ass handed to me. We should be much, much better off now. Of course, I've got to change my stat allocation again. So let's go respec. Yes. I think I went to 250 here. Or did I go all the way up? No, I went all the way to 350, didn't I? Let's see. Damage on stun, slowed, rooted enemies. Stamina regen rate while performing basic attacks. Base damage while under 90% health. Base damage increase to abilities and the final attack. Okay. Yeah, so going all the way to 350 seems like maybe a good idea. And then I went to 170 here. Is that seriously where I was at? I mean, it's pretty close. I was at about 1600. I don't know if I like this, though. I mean, this just basically turns me into a DPS, right? If we go down, go up 50 here, that gives us 1700. We lose the damage on our abilities in the final attack of our light chain, which sucks. But or what if we go down another 30? Do 250, 270? That gives us almost 1800 hit points. I actually think I like that better. We're getting that stamina regen, which is good. I like having hit points. I really do. Don't like feeling like I'm gonna die. All right, let's wander around the underworld here. Ancient chest. Knife wrench. For kids. So something I want to do. Why can't I go in here? Something I want to do is I do want to find a route. And the route that I'm looking for is about these tarot chests. So I know where I can get those 10 chests from those two um, those two towers, which is, I think, really great. But what I need now is an ability to get more. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's a boss. That's why that's oh my gosh. Let's try and kill this spider here real quick. Well, that's bad. I don't think this spider has hit points. I think it might just be immortal. Oh, nope, we got it. That's going to make life way, way easier. Whoops. Alright, it's going to take us all day to kill this dude, but I'm pretty sure I can just get him. If I stop letting him hit me. I am a tank. I am invincible. I do whatever I want. Killing this level 75 boss all by myself. I am a tank. I am invincible. And I do whatever I want. La la la, kill in the guy. La la la, kill in the guy. Ha ha. Bop. Bop 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 bop. Hey, we're halfway there. La la la. La la la. You're gonna die. Ha 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 ha. You just die. You just die. I block everything. You can't hit me. Now you're gonna go down on your knees while I whack you in your face. Ooh. Oh, that spider's back. We're gonna have to be real careful now. I can get this guy even when the spider's here, but I have a much harder time maintaining my stamina that way. And we almost got killed last time. But I think if we just stay in this corner. That move looks like he's getting behind me, and it looks like I have to turn around, but he's actually not. Oop. Well, I botched that pretty hard. I tell you what, man, sometimes you let your concentration slip, even for a minute, and then you're just nuked. Now I'd have to start all over again. What's down there? I think I see 2 tarot chests. I see a lot of anima crystals. Like a lot. At some point, we're going to go back down there. But let's go explore some of the rest of this. And see what there is to see in this zone. Oh, I accidentally went backwards. Okay, this was actually a really hard room that I got stuck in earlier. Like last time. And I don't think I can drag these guys out. I don't think they'll come out of the room. which makes it really hard to group them up. Let's see if maybe I can sneak past right here and just fight this one for a second. I can't get in here? Okay. Broken game is broken. This is definitely a, like, elite zone, I think. So let's see if I can go up and just fight this one archer. Okay, we got an archer out of the way. Is that enough to let us get this tarot? It is. Almost. Well, nope, got it. So now let's move this guy back into this corner. And let's beat his ass. All right, that was difficult. It's interesting that I was able to just open that chest. Oh, he came back to life. Hmm. So I can get this tarot. It doesn't look like there are any more tarot chests in here, right? There's this big chest, but no more tarot chests. So if I just go through, I can just get into this other room. And those enemies won't chase me, and these are not elites. I don't know what's back that way. Let's go. So I now know that I have the ability to just run. Right? So is there anything back here that might have some sort of value? We have a little chest there. We have a place where we can probably lose... Nope, they'll fall down on top of me. That's interesting. I was thinking maybe we were going to be able to lose aggro there. But I was wrong. Big-ass spiders. Oh, God, so many spiders. Non-tarot chest. Blight. Fall under the stage. More anima. More anima. Non-tarot chest. More anima. God, there's so many anima crystal down here. We're back to our chest running roots here. Cheesy snacks. Why fight the enemies when you can just run past them? This is how you get it done right here. I don't know what this anima quartz is for, but I'm totally into it. Lodestones and death modes. There's lots of death modes down here, which is nice. We've been picking up some stuff. Let's see. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Okay. So far, nothing good, but that's fine. Let's see what else is around here. So we got a couple of different ways to go. We got up to some more spiders here. Let's see. This underworld down here is... Why am I so slow? I'm slow and I'm like zoomed in here. This seems to be taking me up, but not really in a direction I think I want to go. Oh, is this back to the beginning? I think this is back to the beginning. It is. Okay. Well, I don't necessarily want to be here yet. I don't like that those spiders sometimes... I also don't like the way you see when you're going up those stairs. There's something really weird going on right there. But I don't like the way those spiders sometimes lose their HP bars. It looks like this guy lost his HP bar too. I wonder what's going on down here. Should we just beat it on past these dudes and see what happens? They definitely slow you down here. I'm definitely moving slower. I don't know exactly why that is or what's going on there. But whatever it is, it's definitely going to get me killed. Oh my god. Well, that was Unfortunate. Okay, so I'm at this bonfire up here. The elites can't go beyond their little elite zones. So there's like this weird sort of semi-elite underground here, which is super weird. But as I go to each of the areas, right, like I don't think this non-elite can come with me into this elite area. So I can just run past here. And then I can just run past here. And now all this stuff just kind of has to stay where it was, which is cool. It gives me a lot of ability to shirk aggro. And I kind of like that. So that's just something we're going to have to keep kind of looking into, is where are the places where the good chests and loot and stuff like that are, and how close are those places to where does this go? Exit. I don't want to exit. How close are those places to places where I could... Oh, this is... Okay. I see. I've gone around in a circle. This is where I came in at. This is where you jump down. Okay. Okay. I'm starting to see. I'm starting to see. There's no map down here, so... Or maybe there is a map. Maybe this is the map. Did I already go through here? It looks like the same... it looks like the same as the elite zone that I ran through. But it's not, actually. That dude came back to life. This other dude's gonna come back to life now, too. Alright. Nothing. Ooh, new bonfire. This is the other thing. Lots of bonfires down here to keep your progress. It's another one of these rooms where you move slower. They've got this weird, like, you can't see the enemy health bars thing going on. I don't like it. I feel like there's gonna be secrets down here too, right? Like, maybe a sconce? Nothing above me. we got a trap. Can I destroy this? Ow. Yo, this underworld zone is massive. What is going on down here? This place is crazy. I'm kind of into it. It's weird. I think it might be intentional in some of these areas where you get really zoomed in and you move kind of slow. I think it might be intentional that you can't see the health bars of these enemies. Also, I think there might be something to dragging these enemies over to these traps and just getting them murdered. Like, let's see. I bet you there's a trap over here. Nope. Well, let's see if we can try and pull one in here. Nope. We'll have to get smarter about that. But I think that'll be a fun little, like, way to clear some of these rooms. If we can find some traps in some of the elite areas, we might be able to just, like, straight up clear the elite areas. He came back to life. You little shit. But we might be able to, like, straight up clear some elite areas by dragging things into traps. We'll have to see. Yeah, now we get out of that zoomed in slow mode, and now we can start seeing everything's HP and stuff again. Ooh. Yo, this place is like the most fun. I can't believe how deep this goes. Oh. I pooched it. Didn't get any XP. That guy's gonna come back to life. Any wall sconces with some secrets? Nope. Oh, he's not coming back to life. Necroval. Okay, so this is the backside of where I was just a minute ago when I got super killed. So far, I feel like I've been able to get to every tarot chest without really having to fight too much. The only person I'm going to have to fight, and honestly, I think it'll be worth fighting, is that boss. I don't know how quickly he comes back to life, but if I could farm all of that anima stone down there, and I think there's a couple of tarot chests as well, I really feel like it would be worth it. And it definitely would only take a couple of people to be able to just go in there, aggro both of those spiders, and whoop that dude's ass. He's not terribly difficult. I'm getting a lot of gear down here, too, from just drops and stuff. It's interesting. Alright, so this is the area I ran through, where we had both of those. We ended up with both of these spiders beating on our ass a little here. Bash the spiders. Spider bad. We already got this chest. Alright, so we're going to get back up to where we're in the... Okay. Look here, duder. We're going to get back up to where we're near that elite. I believe this is the elite zone right here. So we came all the way down and we came through out of here. I already got this tarot, right? And these have just respawned. So now I haven't gone up this other side. So we probably want to go ahead and do that. We're just going to kind of map this whole area, I think. There's something behind there. There's a little chest back here. I am looking for secrets, too. I haven't found any. I feel like almost definitely there's a secret or two down here that I probably haven't found. I'd be thoroughly surprised if there wasn't a hidden little something in here. Necrotizing wound. Like these sconces look a little different. Hammers. Hammers are so good. Hammers are the best. Smacking people up with my hammer. Get smacked up. Okay, and now I think we're back up to the top here. Yeah. So the last thing that I think we have to do now is we got to beat this boss's ass. And if this person comes with us, we can definitely do it, I think. Come with me. Well, he's just keeping that person, like, totally locked down. We gotta get these ads, though, dude. You can't worry about the boss until the ads are done. Please kill the ads. Holy shitballs. Why is everyone in the world a moron? You're making my life so fucking hard, dude. It's interesting to see somebody using a flail without a shield. It seems to be working pretty well. They seem to be doing pretty good with it. The flail blunderbuss combo they got going on is pretty... Are you kidding me right now, dude? Fucking prick. Come down here, bust our ass to get this boss. This guy just comes and starts mining like an asshole. Wow, dude. Wow. Talk about a useless pile of garbage. What a clown. Okay, so now it looks like we have an area where you can't see their health. But I assume that they're still elites. Yeah, that one's still an elite. I'm gonna let that guy aggro that stuff. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna mine stuff. Don't matter none to me. Nerd. Nah, you're dead. That's what you get. These guys didn't realize they could have broken out of that anytime they wanted. Okay, and this goes right into this tarot room right here. Okay. So I do need to go the other way and see what's over there. Although I feel like I've come down here before and gotten through here. That about half killed that spider. That's kind of cool. So we've got not a tarot chest. Okay, yeah, and this is where I came down. So there are no more tarot chests in the elite zone. The only place where it seems like there are tarot chests in the elite zone is where that boss is at. There's those two. And I almost feel like maybe you could juke that boss. And that takes us back to the beginning, and that takes us back to the beginning. So I think I've pretty much explored the entirety of this underworld area. I'm really surprised that I haven't found any secrets in here. Like, really surprised. It feels like there should be some sort of hidden room or something somewhere. Oh, and this is the other way. We already came up through here. Okay, well, let's go to the room where we can travel to other places. Cost more and... Sure, let's go over here. And let's see what exists in this area. So we come out right here. This one's got nice soul motes. We can go to the Dusty Synonyms or the Zykiku Subterranean, which is where we came from. We'll go ahead and hit our bonfire again. This looks like it's the way you come up from the other side. So, we got a big door. That's the exit. So that's normally where you would come in. To the right is where you do your teleports. Over here, there isn't another exit like there was in the other one. So let's go down the normal way. We've got lost enemies here. Oh, okay, I remember this one. Yeah, this is the one where I took all the jump pads and tried to like sneak around. But this one doesn't have the elite zone, I don't think. So we should hopefully be able to just kind of bully our way through here. We might need to get some more potions, because I don't have a healer. Or we'll have to be more active about using our lifesteal. Alright, that's the jump, how you get out. Is that... well, that's kind of a big chest. And we died. Hey, what's up, Nemanja? Sorry, I didn't see your message there. Yeah, so you can kill them. I think it's just... I don't know if it's intentional or not, but there are just some areas in there where you just don't see the HPs. And you walk slower, and your view zooms in. It's all very interesting. I'm enjoying exploring the underworld right now. It's a lot of fun. It's got a really creepy vibe to it, and it's got some really good rewards for coming down here, you know? Braving the... Now, obviously, you could just run through here with a bunch of people and just obliterate everything. And probably we need to do a world tour. So something I need to do is map the connections and see if we can get to all of the underworlds and do like an underworld world tour run where everybody comes and we just go blazing through the underworld. Because this is where a lot of the best tarot chests and stuff are, apparently. That person can hit me through walls. And I don't think that's very fair. I don't think I actually need to kill that enemy inside of there. Probably need to kill this cleric, though. I wonder if that one will see me. Doesn't seem like it will. I don't think I need that little chest. I think I can just skip it. Gonna get some of this anima quartz, though. Sophisticated layered silk. Just a door I can't go through. No secrets. Okay. Then we just go this way. Gargoyle. Now, I think this is the same side of that room I was just in, isn't it? No, it isn't. It's a totally different room. A new bonfire to help us mark our spot down here. Well, shite. Thankfully, I got that bonfire right there. You mother puss bucket. There we go. Secret coins. Whoops, wrong button. I haven't found any tarot chests down here yet. That's a little disappointing. Oh. Yo, she beat my ass. No. Oh. I accidentally teleported out. I want to go back to my bonfire. I wonder if I die again, if I can spawn back at my bonfire. Actually, the entrance is really close around here. Yeah, it's this one right here. What area is this? This is a level 70 zone too. I feel like I should be getting some tarot chests and stuff down here because it's supposed to be one of the harder ones, I think. Also, this map does show the area. I didn't realize, but the above ground portion of this is just open terrain. So this map does show what's going on underneath, which is actually really cool. Okay. So we were going around the outside here. And we had gotten to here. So let's go around the outside the other way. And then let's go inspect the middle area also. There's a big chest in a couple of these spots, but I don't see any tarot chests still. You know, I get over here. Yeah. Ooh, nice. Round shield. And then we can yeet our way over here. To something that I don't think was actually all that useful. So I'm in the middle here. The direction I'm facing takes me to the other middle area. And then we can just go here and back around. And also see whatever is over here. So we want to go back this way. Back onto here. And then here. Nice. Okay, what's with that dude? Okay, so that goes back in the side area where I was at before. Wrong button. Okay, so center area, center area. This takes me to the outside, so I actually needed to come through. It was sort of the way I did. Oh no, it looks like we could probably get up from right there. What's over here? There's a stairwell, but it doesn't seem like... Oh, okay. This is just back around. That's literally right where I was when I died. Whoa. My dude was trying to die there. So it looks like this might be the only tarot in the whole place. Unfortunately, I don't think you can come backwards this way. Ooh, an earring. Beloved, empowering toast. Okay, yeah, and then this is where you open things. So you can get out. Is you've got to get this little blue thing, and that allows you to pass through that little door there. Or this little door here. Oh, hang on. Oh, there is a little elite area in here, maybe. Or a little something special area. Maybe not an elite area. There's a lot of motherfuckers in here, though. There is a tarot in here, too. Oh, shiznit. There's a bunch of people down here. Okay. Please come over here where I can fight you without all those other people. Oh, it is an elite area. Okay. So that one enemy was an elite. But the rest of these dudes seem to be. And we died again. Hmm. I am definitely starting to feel like an underground world tour is definitely what the world needs. Specifically, um, finding all the tarot chests. So this is our way out. Once we get our little blue button, we can get out here. So I think you actually have to go all the way around. Now I have it, so I think I can use it for a little while. But this takes us straight down the path. So let's just go through here and see. What's around in this area. Okay. That's got to be something, right? And how do we get over there? Oh, that's the other side of that elite area, maybe? But what's up with that? Hmm. Nerd. Boing. Boing. Alright. I want to go around through this elite area. I want to see from this what's on that other side. And I just kind of want to see what's in here. We should be able to just run through. We've got one tarot chest. We've got a small chest and a big anima. We've got a big anima. Okay, and this takes us right to that. But honestly, I don't think that's the exit there that I want to take. Oh my god. And this is all the way back to the beginning. Whee! Well, that was close. Oh. Okay, that's pretty funny. I'm not quite done with this place. There's one more direction I need to go. Back there in that elite zone. And it's probably going to get me killed again, but I'm okay with it. This is what running is all about, though. Is finding the paths, memorizing the attack patterns and stuff of enemies, knowing what skills to take, knowing when to hit potions. This is probably my favorite thing about MMOs, is running around and going and doing things you're not supposed to do in the way that I'm doing them. Like, you're not supposed to skip the enemies. That's never the answer, right? But we go through here. Now these enemies can't get me anymore. I'm getting my butt kicked here. There were some enemies that I killed before that hadn't been there, that were there again. But this is where I want to go, is I want to go back here and I want to see. It looks like bosses. Okay, so this is another big anima crystal. Okay, we got to get back in there again. Looks like we got a couple of tarot chests. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back in there again. Nerd. Nerd. Let's go ahead and activate this bonfire. Because that'll make life a little easier in the future. Because I'm probably going to get screwed again here. I need to just kill this cleric, I think. Okay, well that was annoying. We're gonna kill this dude just so I don't have anybody chasing me down and damaging me. And now we can go get into that main area just to see. I just want to take a little peek. Oh shit. Because it looks like we can go past here. So, nothing really on this edge. This is all just... Oh, ooh, I got murdered. I want to see what's past there, though. We gotta get it. Gotta get it. All of our barriers here are done. So we don't have any enemies up to the elite zone. We could change our HP again. And just take 500 constitution. Since I'm running a lot right now, that might be a good idea. But there are situations where I'm needing to kill enemies. So we really just can't do that. Okay, one tarot chest. Nope. Man, those two dudes are beastie. Obviously, they're two bosses, but I think I'm going to hit up my, we need to run further on the outside. And I might hit up my HP here. If I run further on the outside and don't make it, then I'll hit up some HP. Because there's definitely something back here, right? These bosses are in the way of it, blocking it. Gotta be something good. Let's put on some health pots. Yeah, 2 more tarots back here, okay. Couple more regulars. And there's our pull lever. I wonder if I can damage them from here. They blocked it. They've got some sort of like a DPS aura. Okay, but that takes me all the way back up to the beginning. Which is fine. We'll go back to the church. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. God, have we already been doing this for 3.5 hours? Fucking crazy. So let's go back in here. The reason I'm going back in isn't because I want to go around, but it's because I want to build an idea of where we can go. Because I think an underworld tour is going to be incredibly valuable, but also I think it can be done without leaving the underworld. I think it can be fairly quick. If you got a group together that could really just bang-a-rang through the enemies and stuff, I think you can get through the underworld really, really fast. And so this is where you come up out of this one, and then you come right over here. I started in this one. So let's go back. And let's just see. I want to see where the other direction goes. And I want to identify, like, what's the best way. So, Cosmar Acorus. So let's look. We've got, this is the one we're at, and it takes us all the way over here to Ukulubaro. And this other one takes us to Cosmere something or other. It's possible that I don't even have the entrance to some of these. I don't think I actually have the entrance to Cosmere. B2 something or other. Yeah, so I don't even have the entrance to the Cosmere one, so I don't even know where that one is. This one is B2 Tesser. I bet you it's over here or something. Or is it just this little area right here? No. I mean, that's an entrance somewhere, but I don't see... Like this one, I go in here, and this map area is actually the map of the underworld. So, or like this one over here, right? This is all the map of the underworld here. So some of these aren't expressed above ground. Right? There's no map for this one, it doesn't look like. Unless it takes you somewhere different, which it could. But let's go back. So Sanguro Ukulu is where we went. Cosmere Acorus. I guess we could go in, and this is how we could map, right? Because we go into this one, and then we just leave through its exit. And that'll be how we can map it. Yeah, okay, so this is the end right here. This is where you come out at. This takes you to Daru. Where is... The exit should be fairly close, right? Unless, where am I? Okay, so here it is. Cosmere Acorus. So now I've found it. So all I have to do is go into it, and then I'll find the entrances. And that'll also tell me what their levels are. So like this one's level 70. That's where I came from. Yeah, so the big deal here is just going to be to map all of the quests, or all of the chests. And then we'll create a world tour here. B2 Tesser is where we're at, right? Get this anima crystal. Oh, this goes straight into an elite. Yeah. Yeah, this underworld is pretty freaking dope. I didn't remember this one being called B2 Acer, though. Of course, I wasn't really paying attention. No, Ardu's Sepulture. That's weird. Let's see if we can find ourselves our exit here. It should be... I guess it's also possible that there are regions that you just can't... Oh, can't go that way. Ooh, there's a big-ass hole in the ground. It's possible that there are regions of the underground that you can only get to from other underground areas, too. is also something I'm kind of toying with. There's a statue with that orb. Wow, the underworld is so freaking cool. Oh, okay. B2 Tesser is different than the Sepulture. The Sepulture is what you get to when you go through here, Serpentis. This is all super freaking crazy, dude. The underworld is so massive. I am so lost down here. There's something down here. There's a whole... Oh my god. Oh my god. This is fun. Yo, we gotta, like, get a group together and, like, come down here. There is so much to explore down here. Holy crap balls. The Dusty Synonyms. Dude, they cooked so... Oh, this one takes me to the Okulu Barrow, where I've already been. So, there's a very small circle here, right? Dusty Synonyms. Because this hasn't included any of the B2s. Like this one over here wasn't included. This one I don't think was included. Oh no, that's Ukulu Barrow. So it's like this region. It hasn't included this one. It's possible. So one of the things that's possible here. Here's another elite zone. God, these elite zones are so cool too. Here's the exit. Oh. Okay, the exit's right there. That's interesting. So you've got to come up to get to that exit? Can I go down right here? Oh, so I can get to this exit. Nope, I fucked up. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, the underworld's where all the fun's at. Look at how massive this is down here. Even the regions that I've been in so far have been relatively small compared to a lot of these regions I'm getting into right now. I mean, so many levels. So much verticality. Yo, you've got to explore the underground. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the very first MMO I ever played. It was called Dark Age of Camelot, and we played on the Hibernian server. And one of the places that you went super early on was this place called the Muere Tomb. And the Muere Tomb was like your first little open world dungeon. And you would go in there. Ooh, nice. Arrow. Bonfire. Got the bonfire. Now if these things kill me, I respawn right here next to this bonfire. We're actually just going to let them kill me, because that's just faster. You better not angel guard my corpse, dude. So help me if y'all are still there when I get back. No angel guarding. Okay. Look here, dude. There's no reason to be a jerk, okay? It's not necessary. You can just not do it. Dope. Let's go through some of this gear we've picked up. Leather boots, shirking fortification, flame conditioning, drought. Nope. Beloved, empowering toast, fortifying toast. Not for me. Arboreal conditioning, frost conditioning, prolonged favor. Probably no to all those. Probably no to that. Probably no to that. Probably no to that. Okay, so far nothing. I was trying to look for the exit here, but I kind of got lost, I think. We're going to need to... Oh, okay. So this took me up kind of to where I was trying to get to, I think. Or maybe not. Yeah, this is where I was trying to get to. Okay. So this is what the catacombs should be. They have way too many good tile sets here. Oh, here's the exit. Cool, cool. Let's see where this thing spits me out at. But they've got way too many super cool tile sets with way too many cool areas. Like this whole underground is obviously where most of the tiles for uh for the catacombs were taken from. And I know they were trying to use this like hallway room sort of format for making the procedurally generated area. But I don't think that's the play. I think the play is to let it be a little more chaotic like this and use some more of these rooms as tile sets. So that took us in our circle. Right, this is right back to where we started. The Zaikiku subterranean. But this isn't every area. And I think that's because specifically in the Cosmore. No, the one after the Cosmore. Specifically in this one, the Ardu Sepulchre or Sepulture, it's 2 areas. So we go into the Sepulture, but then when we break through that corrupted vine area, it actually takes us to B2 Tesser. And I bet you B2 Tesser has other connections. And so I want to go explore that real quick. And I want to see if these other regions that I haven't gone in yet, did I go down to get to there? Or was it up here? I feel like it might have been down. I might be going the wrong way here. Nope, we're going the right way. We went down trying to get back out. But B2 Tesser is a totally different area, so I bet you it has different connecting areas. So now we're back into kind of a more normal area. Mapping this underground is such a huge undertaking. I think a lot of these things are like quest related. I don't have the quests for them. I also feel like there should be a secret. I'm surprised I haven't found a secret down in the underground yet, if I'm being perfectly honest. So this just takes us here, but B2 Tesser has an entrance. So there must be multiple little sections of B2 Tesser that go through this area here. Okay. Yeah, the underground is such a better version of the catacombs. There's another elite zone there. There's an exit right here. Is this the B2 Tessera exit? Because that says to Ardu Sepulchre. And then there's a... What is that tree? Because I'm like right on top of where the entrance should be now. I need to go check out this tree. Okay. Well, it gave me some little quest. And then I did all the things. And then I got nothing. Give me like a little reward box or something, dude. Oh, and now all the enemy dudes are back. Okay, well that's dumb. Please stop beating my ass. Please, please stop beating my ass. But it doesn't look like there's any way into this other entrance, so this must be the B2 Tessera entrance here. Which is crazy how far away it is from where you can bring or come into the sepulchre. From this entrance here. There's a quest over there. Let's go around over here. Let's go through this other path. How do I get over there? Yo, you are so dead, Helena. You have no chance. Oh, okay, so that's where I came out earlier when I died. There's a tarot chest down there. I wonder if I have the ability to get that tarot chest without pissing off that dude. I don't think he goes far enough away for long enough. What is that person doing? That's interesting. Okay, well. Ow, ow, okay. What am I doing? Well, I'm getting that coin. That was nice. What's back there? Nothing? Trying to get me killed, dude? What are you doing? Yoink. Oh, hang on. I want to check something. If I can get back underneath here, I might be able to drop aggro. Nope, now I'm just trapped. Okay, well that was interesting. Okay, so we now understand where the circle goes. We can start here, and then it'll take us up to Cosmore, or over to the Ukulubaro, and then we'll come up to Dusty Cinerum, and then it'll take us over to B2 Tesser, and then we can come back down to Cosmo, of course. So this is the circle over here. But this circle does not take us to B2 Pagri or B2 Vesnik. Now, I think these were both places that we had to go as part of the quest line. The rest of these, I don't think you actually went in for the quest line. But I do want to go ahead and go over to these and see if there's any connecting locations in the underworld down here. Or if these are just isolated. I don't remember there being elite zones in these areas. I don't remember any of that. I think these are strictly like underworld light, specifically for questline stuff. And I don't think the rest of the underworld is connected. So that's only like 6 zones that we need to map and understand for what will be ultimately a quick world tour. These places are fairly large, but they're also fairly easy to get a handle on, I think. Because they're pretty gritty. Not gritty like grit, but gritty like uh like graphing paper. Oops, I'm going the wrong ass way, following this dude over here. Yeah, okay, I remember this zone. But I came into this area from somewhere different, I think. Yeah, this is another one of those doors you can't go in if you didn't get... Oh, okay. Is that a permanent thing, then? If you get the exit? Where the hell am I? I am so flippin' confused. This game, dude. Oh my god, it's so much fun to explore these zones now. Alright, well, we're gonna have to go around and up again now. But I don't think there was any... connected areas down here. I'm pretty sure I've been through this whole thing. I don't remember coming in from the top up there, though. When I came in, I feel like I came in from this way. Hmm. Yeah, this is where we came in from before. Now we come in from, like, the end? Is this attached to... something else? Yeah, okay. So this is where we came in before. But this is apparently not the actual entrance. Because this is attached to whatever this quest was here. Okay, well, I have no need to be in here. I'm pretty sure that other B2 area was just another quest area. So I don't think we need to go in there. So the big deal is we just need to explore and understand those 5 connected underground zones. And then that needs to be a path that we frequently run for getting the resources and stuff we need. There should be a lot of chests, but those chests should potentially have infix items. I hope. Interesting. But I think now is probably the right time to go ahead and see about getting something to eat. We've been going at this for shoot like 4 hours now. So I want to get something to eat and I want to reset the game so that we don't have any issues later. So let's go ahead and be back soon here. And let's turn off our game. And we'll get this turning back on and then we'll go make us some food. Because I'm hungry. And then, I don't know, we need to get a group or something together to go explore those underworld areas. But yeah, I'm going to go make some food real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Let's get logged back in here. Let's take away the be back soon. Holy shit. Discord is a fucking cesspool. I am deleting my Discord channel. Because all that happens is people log into it, and then they send me direct messages to try and sell me. I'm never going to buy your stupid art. I don't care about your art. You know what I wish? I wish instead of living in the time of Discord salespeople, I wish I lived in the time of door-to-door salespeople. Because at least they had to like walk around. You know, you can only get so many of those per time. But in the digital age, fucking solicitation phone calls, people hitting you up on Discord, people hitting you up on your stream, people just this constant stream of garbage that people are peddling. And it's always garbage. Right? Nobody who's good at their craft is spending hours and hours and hours trying to get you to hire them. Right? They're busy. People hire them. $100K channel points, one taco. I tell you what, if you think 1,000 channel points is equal in value to a taco, I've got a building to sell you. All right, we got our food in us. Feeling good. I don't know that I want to go back down into the underworld to do any more of that right now. That was a lot. We were down there for a hot minute, and I'm a little tired. Yep. Have a good day there, Gravy. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your sleep. Well, poop. Can't use this. All right. Well, looks like that's all done. How far do we have to get? Is there 100 levels on this? There are 100 levels on this. Fucking crazy. All right. I tell you what, I wish you could wear this head skin and the glowing eyes head skin at the same time. Because that'd be wicked cool. So dope. So what are we gonna do? Let's do some freaking PvP. Let's hit up that OPR, dude. This is interesting. I didn't realize that all of these different weapons had damage reductions. Musket and bow, almost 25% damage reduction. That's crazy. Blunderbuss minus 27%. That's an interesting way to balance your weapons for PvP, I guess. Just straight up nerf their damage. I imagine that's going to have to get another pass in a couple of weeks. Uh, with all the different builds that have become viable now that we have the new gear system, things are going to get a little cray cray. I bet you we see some one shot builds. For example, uh, this elemental overload set stores up damage um, when you hit with elements. So we've got this elemental overload or elementally charged set, and when you hit with elements with the elementally charged set, you charge up the element's damage, and then when you hit with non-elemental damage, that charge is like expended. So could you imagine, going like killing a wolf in OPR with your fire staff with 3 different elemental damages attached to it? So 4 elements, right? Get like void, ice, fire, lightning, and hit with all 4 of those elements, charge up all 4 of those elements, and then musket shot somebody in the dome with like a power shot or something, and just boom, dead. I bet you it works, and I bet you it's stupid. I need to go specifically read what that set says, though. I need to know how many charges you can charge up, what the damage output is. Because then you don't even need, like, the fire staff becomes a non-entity. You don't even necessarily need the the scaling on that weapon. You just need all the different damage, which is crazy. I think there's a person on my team whose name is not Small Nuts. Or is it I got? It's I. I've got something in the way right now, so I can't really see it. It says I got Small Nuts, which is maybe more hilarious. I don't. I don't really know. Maybe less hilarious. Let's get out the old sword here. Gotta go get some trees and stuff here. It's important to have some resources. Just to put up walls and little stuff like that is really valuable. Any barrier that you can create to somebody capping one of your spots has value. And since most other people don't ever really run around with these resources, it is a good way to have value that a lot of other people don't have, and to make wins more common. We gotta get some more ore here. There should be wolves down in here. There are. There's actually an alpha wolf down in here, which will give us the ability to summon a bear, which will also be super good. these resources and stuff are such an interesting part of the OVR game mode. It's crazy to me that nobody ever like comes out and gets them or does really anything with them. We kill that alpha wolf. Now we got an Ursine summoning stone. I feel like I missed. Nope. You get a lot of these resources for all of these kills too, so it's not like you have to spend a ton of time. I've only been down here for a few minutes, and I'm gonna have pretty much all the resources I need. Oh, I didn't realize I was actually leveling up my skinning. That's interesting. That's actually crazy. I don't think I skinned that other wolf back there either. Gonna have to go back. Alright, let's go try and make this center area more secure for us. Because it's the only spot we've got right now. It looks like we're about to lose it. Actually, maybe this might not be the place to go. Yeah, they just capped it, so. Let's maybe go over to these other side areas. See if we can fortify up this side. We got some enemies coming. Nice work, gentlemen. Just small barriers is all it takes. You don't have to make something impregnable. You don't have to, um, make it impossible for the enemy team to accomplish anything. You just have to create some small barriers. And then can we get a respawn point here? We can. Oh, I still need some more wood. Oh, you didn't have any wood for me. Sucks. My base. They keep destroying my thing. Stop destroying my building. They're my building. Ballista. Well, it looks like we've got this zone pretty secure. Oh, I can upgrade this? Hang on. I don't think I have enough. Moving away, moving away. Oh, there's so many of them over here. Hey, we win. Good fight, teammates. That's what I'm talking about right there. Was my score super good? Nope. Still did a good job. Let's check out my ranking. I was 30th out of 40. That's terrible. How are all these people getting so many points? Oh, it's because damage or kills count for so many points. Did I get 2 kills? Yo. I feel real good about myself right now. If I'm being honest, I got 2 kills. This is me feeling me. And 10 assists. I don't really care about the assists. I mean, I was always going to get assists because I hit a lot of things and don't die. I actually don't think I died that whole thing. Alright, what do we get here? Nope. Yeah, probably not keeping any of those. This one's kind of good. Anointed Lifesteal, Refreshing Freedom. Those are decent. Decent perks. Honestly, this one's not terribly bad either. Refreshing Freedom, Sturdy Energy. I really like Sturdy Energy. This is almost definitely not useful. Oh, I think we hit another PvP track. Nice. Light touch. For 5 seconds after casting a life staff ability, the next heavy attack that passes through an ally will grant force, giving them 30% damage. Yeah, that's pretty good. Life stealing, shirking major plague crit, probably not useful. I kind of want to buy this. I'll never play a healer, but I do sort of have a desire every time. And here it is. Is that maybe a crazy thing to want to do? Sure. Let's play some more OPR. OPR is so much fun. I'm getting too much enjoyment out of stuff like OPR and the PvP. And because of that, I am not necessarily making as much progress on my gear as I should. I am going to get outpaced in my gear fairly quickly. I already am getting outpaced in my gear. And even just players who had all the Gorgon gear and then leveled it up to 800 and are now, like PvPing with that specific equipment are drastically outpacing me. as far as the efficacy of their equipment. So I really should spend more time focusing up on getting gear. But I can only do that for so many hours a day before what I want to do is PvP. Here you go, BMO. This guy's got no shirt and a top hat, just like your Throne and Liberty character. I don't know if BMO's here, but this is a very BMO-esque outfit right here. Yo, what's up, BMO? If only it was purple, then it could be you. Let's have ourselves a seat here. Turtleneck and chain. Turtleneck and chain. Turtleneck and chain sipping on a light beer. She even let me wear my chain and my turtleneck sweater. Oh, hey, we're back in that same one again. We're going to do the same thing we did last time. I think that going and gathering up resources and reinforcing these fortification positions is one of the most valuable things you can do. Just because it creates that much more time. And I know I said it already, but just any little bit of time you can make the other team take, the more people that have to come, right? If I'm blocking a position or guarding a position and I've got a respawn and I've got all the doors boarded up, then that's that much more effort you have to spend, which means you're probably not coming by yourself, right? You're probably going to bring a person or two people. And so that's just people that are being pulled out of that fight. And if you do come by yourself, I might just get to kill you and then keep the points anyway. But I think a lot of people, when they play OPR, they spend a lot of the time that they're not actively fighting looking for a fight. And that's not, I don't think, really the best strat for OPR. Because OPR isn't about the combat at all. You don't win OPR by killing the other team. You win OPR by getting more points. And the only way to earn points in OPR is to hold the objectives. Now, you hold the objectives by killing the other team, but that's incidental. It's not core to the gameplay loop. That's just stuff that happens when you have two groups of people actively going after the same target. And so things that you can do to improve your ability to hang on. Ooh, we've got some serious frame drops in this OPR. But things that you can do to hang on to your locations are much more valuable than any sort of PvP or killing is going to be. That's not the right place I wanted to go. God, we have such framiness right now in this OPR. What is going on, dude? And I mean, it was designed this way, right? The balance of the game is built around trying to get you to play this way. The designers of OPR want you to come kill wolves. They want you to skin. They want you to get materials. They want you to do all those things. Something I keep forgetting to do. I keep getting this bear, and then I keep not using it like an asshole. God, the framiness on this one is so bad. I can barely even see what's going on. But yeah, I got that Ursine thing. I need to start using that. Because that's super valuable. Especially if we can take over their spot. And then drop the bear on their spot. To protect. Then a much, much smaller group can hold that out. And that's super value add. Oop, I forgot to skin this guy. Okay. And apparently I missed a freaking node back here. Oh no, that's just rubble. I'm just dumb. Must go faster. The other part of this is it's not supposed to be one person. You really should have a couple of people who are doing stuff like this. Because I'm spending way too much time down here, right? I'm spending like the first 5 minutes of the match playing friggin' PvE harvesting simulator. One thing I did notice last time is we do need a lot more wood than pretty much anything else. So let's try and get some extra wood. I pretty much didn't run out of any other resource earlier. And I was just out of wood all the time, so I think that's something that we can say is a good strat, is if you go buy wood, get it. Even if you don't want to do more of the PvE stuff, because you can put doors and reinforce doors and, just generally help with the constructions. If you walk by a wood, I think just getting it is a good idea. We're going to see if we can't help our team here. They've got the center location, and it looks like the other team is not actively getting in. So let's do some building here. Yeah, now they've got them on some choke points and stuff here. And they've got time to respond if people start trying to come in through the back or something. Which probably means... Okay, don't think we can do any more with any of that. Let's go see if we can take over their spot here. Need to get some more wood. I don't think I have enough for any doors. Ooh, did they make doors? Is somebody on their team smart? Oh, there's two people over here. How are we losing the middle one? What are you all doing over there? I put up so many walls for you. Bye-bye. I forgot about the bear. I have a bear. We gotta go use the bear. It's clobbering time. Summon bear. They broke all my Gatling guns? How rude. Get in there, bear. I summoned a bear. It's all so hectic. Did my bear die? I think my bear died. Ooh. Oh, I poisoned to death? No. Lies. This game lies. This game is a liar. We've got that mid spot again, though. Good for us, good for us. Let's see if I can't build some more things. Because y'all know me, I like building. Oh, somebody destroyed... Oh, okay. We can repair these, though. Let's repair them. Turrets. Somebody's blowing up my turret. Somebody blew up my turret. How dare you? I need more wood. Oh, we won. We won. 200 Umbral shards. 5,000 Azoth salt. Let's see where we rank. We were ranked 30 again. I'm pretty firmly in that 30 spot, eh? Pretty firmly in the 30 spot. And it's just going to keep being that way. I probably should just go get some Gorgon gear, honestly. And then just rush the Gorgon to 800. I feel like that's a good start point, and it makes sense that that's a good start point, right? Because Gorgon was the content that came just before. Wow, I only got one legendary. Shirking, Arcane Entombment, Penetrating, Empowered. PvP only, critical hits against empowered players will have 8.1% armor penetration and reduce the duration of empowers on them by 5.6%. Yo, this is really good. I don't want it on a hammer. I want it on something like, if you had this on a rapier, penetrating empowered on a rapier would be crazy good. Like tank bust and stuff like that. That's kind of cool. But none of the rest of that stuff was of any value. Unfortunately. Or even just on a sword would be really good. Right? You attack often enough. Sword, spear, rapier, maybe a bow might work. Fudge, man. I'm having so much fun with this. We're going to do it again. I like winning. Let me tell you. I like winning. Did we path on our PvP path? No. Oh, yeah, we did. We got Heketa again. Reinforced ally or alloy. Let's see. Skill Scott. No. All right. None of that really looks valuable. We've made another chapter here. This should give us our Firebrand helmet. I think I have all the Firebrand pieces now. Let's go over here. That's mostly what I'm actually wearing right now. Oh, we got so many levels from that. Okay. Lots of moats. Nice. Okay. Heck, we're moving right along in this freaking reward track here. Oh, what do we got here? We got get our wild back. We've got get our wild back. We've got get our wild back. And get our wild back. Nice. So we finished that card. We can now go back here and get some more Azoth salt. Hit me with 1,000 Azoth salt. Yo, we just get so many rewards. Every time I turn around, we just rewarding. Change my skin. We're going to go back to our helmet. So I am wearing these dope eyes right here. But I'm just going to wear the full... This is everything that we got from this reward track right here. So I'm just a flamey dude. I dig it. Flamey dude. Flamey dude. Does whatever a flamey dude does. Who can? Comes the flamey man. I wonder
Hello, Soulward.
what sort of
Sorry,
rewards we
we
get.
aren't just with anywhere. Oh,
Whoops.
you.
Oh, did that
are
say
full.
chromatic seal?
Soul Warden. I
Nice.
imagine these fragments were not. Yes? More.
Fine, 50 memory. Okay, so the first 25 memory fragments gave me that chromatic seal. So you definitely want to do that. Chromatic seals super important for making charms. What in the hell? This is the other side. I've only ever spawned on the other one. I've never spawned in this one. I've never been on this side of this before. So let's take a look here. What do we got? We got trees. We got a mine. We want to definitely go out this way. Then we got wolves down underneath. So we'll hit the trees. We'll come back to the mine. We'll get the wolves underneath. And then we'll see if we can't do a little something with some stuff. We'll see if we can't find a boss or two so we can summon up some bears and other things. The summons are really important. They be putting in work. There are a couple of points in the match, too, where you have a chance. So you get these, the Corrupted Portal and the Baroness. And so during those two events, your enemy team is going to be less active. Like in the forts and stuff, there's at least going to be a couple of people who are going to bail on the forts to go get those big objectives. And so it's a good deal. How did that stupid archer get me from way over there? Can't believe he aggroed me from so far. That was obnoxious. Lots of freaking trees over here, though. This is a good deal. But we got a couple of archers. Let's see if we can pull one. Nope. Damn it. There's a lot more PvE stuff to need to fight on this side. this new map has way denser enemies over here. It also has way denser resources. So I think they were trying to make this something that you would spend less time doing, but that you would spend more people on. Because we're over here, we're gathering up all this wooden stuff, and there's tons of it, but there were also a lot more enemies, and you couldn't really avoid them. And so it's just much, much more difficult to make that happen. But we have a shit ton of wood. We don't really have any of the other resources, but we can build walls now. And that's pretty important. We can build doors and stuff like that on things. So we need to go... maybe we can see about helping our team. Is over here. Well, they're trying to capture the enemies. Doesn't look like it's going very well, though. Yeah, probably not. Well, let's go back over to mine, and we can at least reinforce ours. And that should have a little bit of a positive impact. And then we might just go through the mine and stuff. If we can find like an alpha wolf or something to kill real quick, then we can summon up a bear or something. Let's get the respawn. Oh, we don't have any of the respawn resources. Okay. Well, we'll just get some doors then. Is there only 2 ways in here? There are only 2 ways in here. Okay. There's the alpha wolf. But again, if we look, we've got way more wolves here. Super close and around. Nope. We took theirs. So I'm leaving this fight. I'm going to their side. I have the resources to build doors and everything on their side. I don't have the resources to build anything else. But I'm going to throw some doors down and I'm going to summon this bear here. Where's the summon? There it is. Oh, there's a summon on our side. Did I give up my bear, or can I only summon? Okay, my bear is over there. Holy crap, a bunch of them came over. That was a lot of fools. I wish that I'd get to put down some more defenses and stuff. Maybe even like summon a Gatling gun or something that I could have used. But with that many of them coming off of the center, yeah, we definitely own mid. So let's see if we can't get over there, make a little something happen. Build some walls. We definitely, even though we lost quite a bit of our wood in that little exchange, there are so many good places for like archers and stuff to get in here that honestly it's so strong to have these boarded up. Oop, found enemies. Oh, this is boarded up. Nice. Good job, y'all. Hey, we got some smarty pantses on our team. Yeah, they might have got their spot back, but at what cost? At what cost? Oop, they're trying to take ours now. Gotta get back over there and stop them. Nope. Your fort is my fort. Oh, that other side doesn't have a door. Shit. All right, here they come. We win. Yeah, need to get some metal because you can pour hot oil on them at that door, on both doors. So definitely on the castle, gotta get metal. Which is actually much more difficult to get on the castle. But that was a good win. That was a lot of fun. We put in some pretty good work there with the building and stuff. I think that ended up being really valuable. Was a heck of a good time that time. Only got one legendary again. What's up? Strike conditioning, arboreal conditioning, sturdy. And nature protection. So on the shield, unfortunately, what you want is the protections. That sturdy is good, though. That nature protection is good. Interesting. But I don't think we want that. We definitely don't want that. Okay. Let's see what our PvP track is looking like. Nice. Ooh, we got the Oni skin here. Shatter of Greaves, Frost Essence. I like that they're giving you access to some of these charm resources in the PvP track. That's kind of cool. I kind of want to buy this Oni piece just for funsies. What do these Shattered Greaves have? Shirking Fortification, Strike Conditioning, Sacrificial Empowerment. Nah. None of that stuff's any good. We can get the Hecata, but honestly, we'll get enough of those. It's pretty obvious that the PvP track, stuff is pretty easy. Wow. Okay. We got all the things right now. Let's see. We got 2 axes, 2 skulls, a leaf, and a sword. So, 2 axes, a leaf, and a sword. 2 skulls. And then we can get another one and we get our stamp back. We do 2 and we get a stamp back. We do 2 and we get a stamp back. We do 1 and we get a stamp back. And now any one of these we get, we can do another 1 and we can finish it. So yeah, if we get any more of these 4 different types here, then we'll be able to just, whatever it is, we put it. So if it's this one we put here, and then we use a stamp, use a stamp, use a stamp. Cool. All right. That's 3 wins in a row in the Outpost Rush. And while I don't think that I'm like the deciding factor, you got to at least feel good about your gameplay if you're winning all the time. Right? You're not just getting on the good team every single time, 3 times in a row. You're having an impact. And that feels fan-fucking-tastic. Why was I queued for capture the flag? That's not what I wanted. I was like the frozen pass. I've never seen the frozen pass before. I probably should learn about capture the flag. Maybe go play some of that. It feels a little bit more like a DPS thing, though. I mean, I guess getting the flag and moving it is a pretty tank-centric activity, but I don't know. Sir, tank. But you have a round shield. How are you a tank? You make no sense. Looks like you got a mace, too. A mace and like a hammer. Oh, now we also have Sir Douglas. We have Sir Tank. Cosmic something. Is that dude in the same guild? Nope. Hyped? Hired Hive. I thought that said Hyped Hive. Hired Hive. Ooh, leaderboards. Mutated Expedition Faction War. Seasonal versus environment. Seasonal versus player. Trade skills. Wow, I didn't see. I didn't realize that there were um for crafting and stuff like that. So amount of items crafted for a leaderboard. That's interesting. Do you get any rewards? This leaderboard does not have rewards. Okay. No rewards there. Let's look at verse players. No rewards in this leaderboard. But we also have per faction. This is just capture the flag. Okay. We can look at open world PvP. We can look at influence earned. We can look at control points captured. We can look at score totals for capture the flag. Outpost rush. We've got wins. Somebody's got 50 wins this week. Is this a weekly? I have 6 wins. I'm 585th. Okay. For score, I'm 6,000th. No, for score, I have 6,000. I'm rank 3,000. This must be like my highest score. I like that leaderboard. I like that leaderboard a lot. We're going to be trying to do some stuff here. Is this... This is the one I was just on. This is still the castle. Okay. So we go... What's all this stuff? Interesting. Oh, but we're gonna go out this way. We're gonna get some wood. We are gonna get metal this time. That is absolutely important. And we're going to build on their side, on their objective, on their fort. We're going to build that Gatling gun, and we're also going to build the pool. Right, we're going to dump hot lava on top of them when they come and try and take it back at some point. It's going to be fun as fuck. I am honestly very excited about the prospect of dumping hot lava on people. Yeah, come on over here, buddy. Give me some of that. If I go through and I get all of this wood, even if I die, I think this wood is enough over here to really keep me going for a while. Also, this side seems to have way less enemies. Okay. That dude is beating my ass. Oh, now they're all over here whooping on me. Okay, what happened? Something terrible happened. Oh my god. Okay. We've gotten things back to a manageable level. We almost died. We're getting all of our wood. We're going to probably stop getting wood now because this dude's coming back. Although it is easier for me. Whoop. It is easier for me to deal with one of those dudes, but I don't know if two of them is easier. Jump. My team is definitely losing right now, which is unfortunate. But we're going to go down into the mine here. And we're going to get some mining resources. And then we're going to go summon a bear, take over some stuff. We're going to build some things. We're going to do all this stuff. We should also be able to get this boss here done. Which will mean not just being able to spawn a bear, but being able to spawn this other thing as well. Just needed to pull these guys a little bit so that something bad didn't happen. Oh, something bad is happening anyway. Yo, this is crazy. Dudes are too strong. Why did they all decide to come over here? Damn. Now they're getting all those resources that I just cleared the way for. Yeah, I think people drastically undervalue the resources and stuff. Drastically undervalue. Thankfully, I hadn't gone out of the way to go get myself one of the summoning stones. So I didn't lose that, but I lost a bunch of wood and stuff. I really wanted that wood. Looks like we summoned a bear over here. Hey, good for this dude. Way to go, Tarwater. Let's kill some wolves. Let's get some... That is probably good enough on that resource. Let's see. Let's see if I can just muscle this. Oh, I think I made him mad. We're definitely not winning that. Please. They're over here fighting at our spawn and losing mid. I'm so confused by people sometimes. Don't take my resources. You're on my team. You're not even gonna use them, you fucking clown. I'm not coming for you, dude. I'm coming over here. You can go have fun fighting. I'm gonna go over here and try and win. There's a lot of structures that can be built that are kind of broken up here. Especially in this one, I think resources are muy important. Because, I mean, look at everything you can see here. I need more wood. That's too bad. Let's go get some. Well, this is a nice little grove of trees over here. I wonder if normally there's enemies. I don't think there are normally enemies. It's a really good spot. You don't get a ton of trees or a ton of wood, but somewhere I can come back to a couple of times. Can I run past all these people and go inside? Nope, doesn't look like it. The Senor Goose. Okay, I didn't think I had any summoning stones. Bye-bye. Okay. Let's get our Gatling cannon going up here. Let's get after these fools. I honestly feel like I need to switch to sword hatchet too. Even for PvE tanking, I think I want to switch to the sword hatchet. I just like berserk too much. It's too good of an oh fuck button. Especially, like, hatchet's not great when you're fighting other tanks. But hatchet's pretty great when you're pretty much fighting anything else. Why are there 3 of these nerds? Yeet. Oh, you should have got yeeted. That's bullshit. I found them all. We did dodge a couple of hits, though. We were getting in there pretty good. No, we've got more than enough people going after him there. Jackass. Time to get this middle one back. Yo, that was a fun door hold. Goodness. Those middle fights get fucking crazy. That's a lot of fun in there. I think if I was rocking the hammer great axe and going a little more bruiser instead of so much tank, I maybe could have gotten some kills while I was holding that door. And that would have been all the fun. We need to either get middle or their side back. Let's go around to their side. See if we can't take that. They're kind of holding middle right now, so we might have a chance. Hee. Fucking void staffs, man. They're worse than rapiers. Squirrely little fuckers. What the hell? I ran into their whole ass team right there. That was crazy. Pick up all them resources. Oh, I almost got out of there. Just slowly walk away with no hit points and a shield. I don't understand where the rest of my team was. Like, there was only a couple of them inside, so my team had to have been fighting over nothing. Which is kind of crazy. They're fighting over this staircase, is what they're fighting over. Because they have no brain cells. Damn. Can't believe we finally lost one. That's so sad. I'm so sad. Yeah, same problem, different game. People refuse to play the objectives. I don't know what made so many people so bad at understanding the basic strategy of game modes like that, but literally nothing that you do that isn't focused towards obtaining or holding an objective in that game mode matters. If you kill somebody, but they were nowhere near an objective and they weren't trying to take an objective or hold an objective or anything like that, then that kill had no value. The respawn timer is too fast. They can just get back to what they were doing. Heck, you might even put them closer to a position where they can have some sort of value by killing them. So if you see somebody, I mean, killing somebody who's en route to an objective could have some value, but especially fighting in those big globs, right? We were fighting over that staircase for like the last 200 points of that game. And every single kill we got there meant absolutely nothing because we weren't making any progress on an objective, right? When you're on an objective and you kill a person who's standing on the objective, now you might outnumber the enemy. And so you might start making some progress on the objective while that fight is happening. But if you kill somebody on that staircase, they just respawn and come back, right? You're not moving the needle at all, and you can get into these pitched battles where each side is just losing players and bringing them back and losing players and bringing them back, and the battle isn't ever going to move very far very fast, right? You're not going to suddenly break through and kill the whole enemy team and then just roll into the point and cap it. That's not how those fights work. Is it possible that that could happen? Sure. But the more likely thing is that, you know, you're going to get a little bit ahead, they're going to get a little bit ahead, you're going to get a little bit ahead, they're going to get a little bit ahead. And so your goal is just to be a little bit ahead a little more often so that you're making progress on whatever point you're standing on. But if you just sit there just hitting hitting enemies out in the open for no reason, like you just lose. You're not making any progress, you're not helping, you're not. And I mean, the whole team was doing that. And that's absolutely what the other team wants, right? If you're, so I guess that's the other thing, is if you're in the lead and you go create one of those pitched battles somewhere away from the point for the other team, then that totally has value, right? A pitched battle when you're in the lead that's not on the point is valuable to you. But if you're losing, you have to stop fighting and start focusing on the objectives. 100% of your energy has to go to gaining objectives, or you will lose. I'm going to queue up another one here. Oh, let's do all this stuff first. We got this one. So that gives us our thing back. That gives us our thing back. And that fills us all the way up. Nice. Hey, 500 more marks of fortune. So we've got our 3 wilds. So we just have to wait to get some of these done. What do you get here? Champion's Partition. Shelterer's Greaves. Some Hardened Alluvium. I don't think I need any of those. Did we beat? Yeah, we did. We got those 500 marks of fortune. So we should be up to now 6,500. It's 20,000 to buy a battle pass. I don't think I'm going to get enough. Let's see how many more marks of fortune I might get here. If any, honestly. So there's another 500. So we'll be up to 7,000. There's another 500. 7,500. Another 500. 8,000. So we can get ourselves up to 8,000 marks of fortune. You get a lot more. I don't know if you get 20k total. So there's 1,000. There's 1,000. So that's, let's see, 1,500 every time you get them, right? So there's 1, 2. There's 3, 4. Okay, so I think it's every 20. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 times you get marks of fortune for 1,500. That's 7,500. So you get about a half, a little less than half of the way to getting your next battle pass if you buy a battle pass, which I don't think is worth it to me at all. But let's go ahead and get in here. Let's start another OPR. And while that runs, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. We're friggin' back. I need to start remembering to buy my potions at the beginning of these OPRs, because I'm just like using my own potions. And it's killing me. Okay. Oh shit. Is it the original map? Oh, it's the original map. Yo. This is like the first one of these all day. Something I need to start doing a better job of is I need to start going after like the Gorgon and stuff like that. Because those are extremely, extremely important and not a lot of people go after them. And I'm just not, I don't pay enough attention to go get them. But I think you get 5 minutes before the Chaos Portal spawns. So like I could go farm for 5 minutes, go help with the Chaos Portal, and then go start building up. These matches can last 45 minutes, right? That's what the timer is. And if they're close, they're going to last for a while. So you need to start leaning into that a little. Yeah, you get 5 minutes until the corruption thing drops. So we're going to farm here. We're going to build up lots of all the resources. And then we're going to go see. I hate these archers. They aggro from so far. So rude, dude. Got some resources, got some wood. Wood's a good one. We're getting the shit kicked out of us right now. We're going to kill some wolves, and then it'll be about time to go do the Chaos Portal. We're going to do the Chaos Portal. And then we're gonna start trying to take over and work on some other stuff. Well, we're getting pushed back hard. We're in our spawn right now. Get out of spawn, fellas. Does no good to fight in spawn. There are 3 exits. They take you to all kinds of different places. Don't waste your time. Yo, this dude is on me. What's up, Wiggles? Damn. How did I accidentally end up with like 4 of their team right on top of me there? That sucks. I don't think they took my resources, though. I'm going to go back and get them. Why are you going out the front door? The enemy team is at the front door. Why? What are you doing? Oh my. There are 3 fudging doors. Do you see how free this is? Why are all of your heads all the way up your butts? It doesn't even matter if it takes a long time. I'm not even going to go get our point. I'm going to go all the way around and I'm going to start capping mid and make them come do that. We have mounts now. Hell, let's do the corruption portal. The corruption portal's like up. Let's see if there's any other resources over here that maybe I can gather while I wait for 30 seconds. Are there no enemies over here? See, so this is kind of what I want, is I want places where I can get resources where there aren't enemies to fight me. Well, there's one. But the fewer enemies there are, the less, PvE fighting I have to do, the more efficiently I can gather up those resources. But now the corruption portal's active. So if we had some other people, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this on my own, but we're going to give it the old college try. Oh yeah, there's definitely no way. Yep, nope, can't take that on my own. Okay, well, let's go for one of these other objectives that isn't... Oh my god, I can't believe we're losing so hard. That's crazy. The highest score people usually get over 10k. This person barely got 3,900. What happened? I mean, I might not have even had a team. Like, what is going on? Gotta play the objectives, gotta play the goals. The goal of the game is not to kill the other team. The goal of the game is to control the points. Killing the other team is incidental. Wait, what? Did I say I have 17,000 gold? Where did I get 17,000 gold? I'm so confused. I need some pieces of gear that I can put some umbral shards in. We might have to go try and farm up some gear somewhere or something. Because I'm not really liking the stuff that I've got. My gear is pretty weak sauce. Gear is pretty weak sauce. Gotta save these gypsum orbs. Use the diption. Use the gypsum orbs to upgrade artifacts and stuff, so... What do these cost? 20 for 1,500 gold? No, thank you. No, thank you. Maybe need some more materials so we could maybe make some of these gears. I know my older brother was showing me a set. It could have some value for me. Frozen something. Ah, there we go. Frigid. Frigid Dawn was that? Yeah, it has Enchanted Ward and Elemental Aversion, as well as now Wellness, and it's 700. So it doesn't have its final perk, which sucks because it's just purple. But dense mutator materia. 3,500. I mean, making a couple of pieces of this and just taking it to 800 might be good enough. Oh, and then we have a chance. So it is going to give us. It's going to give us a random third perk, it looks like. So we're going to get perk 1, perk 2, which are Enchanted Ward, Elemental Aversion, which is an illegal perk set. Which is great. And then I think all of the Frigid Dawns have that, right? Yeah, Enchanted Ward, Elemental Aversion, Wellness. So really good baseline tank set. Refreshing Enchanted Ward could be interesting too. But yeah, I mean, if I just made a full set of that, it would be pretty expensive. 3,500 of these. So I need to go look at the mutations. See how many I get per run. If I can even figure that out. I just don't know. We got a skull and one of those. Let's do skull. Let's do one of those. That's interesting. Do they have that same thing for outfitting? You have to be level 200 to get that, okay. Well, let's go see about some of those jewel crafting things. Because you can buy those, and if I can get a shit ton of XP... I thought it said that I had some of the infused jewel crafting fragments. Whatever. Let's just look at fragment. Infused jewelry fragment. Okay, yeah, so these are 6. Let's just buy that whole pack there. Let's craft one of these. So we went up to 2, so we've got a third of 201 here. So let's craft. So we got about a half a level. So 60 gold for about a half a level. I need to get up to 205 to make charms. So we're going to get 100 infused jewelry fragments. And we're going to buy a bunch of these. That ought to be enough. Hey, 207. There we go. Now I can make the tier 2 of these. Skill perk charms. And others. Or is it only tier 2 of skill perk charms? Oh, okay. So these are the offensive, and they require Arcana. The defensive require armor crafting, and the skill charms require... Makes sense. So I can only make the second tier of life steal, or of skill charms. Which I need runewood planks for. okay. And then there's a bunch of, so that golden azoth sap, or these sorrow thorns, or the or the grave dirt is also a part of that. That's interesting. Okay, and then we do get chances to craft additionals. Cool. I dig that. Time to go back into OPR. I'm having too much fun with this. I don't want to stop. Yay! My outpost rush popped. Yo, that's really pretty. Man, I'm really, really, really enjoying this game right now. I can't say it enough. So I think I'm going to go explore behind. So it's a little weird to say explore during a PvP thing. And maybe I can just see if I just look out these cracks. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything resourcey to get back there. And that's, I mean, intentional, right? They're trying to get you to go to the places where the resources are supposed to be in order to get them. They don't want you just running around where there's nothing to fight, getting resources for free. We've got what should be wolves over here. There should be an alpha wolf over here. Here he is. I feel like this could have some real value. This alpha wolf on this stage is real close, right? This is real easy to get to. I guess the alpha wolf on the tower stage is real close and real easy to get to too. And picking that up super quick and then dropping it, dropping a bear, right? Like first thing here. I don't even... People are so unobservant, dude. Holy crap. Like, where did my team go? I feel like they just flippin' vanished. Again, wood is still the most valuable and abundant resource. But this right here, so I'm going to get these 3 on the way. So this should always be something that somebody is doing, and it looks like they did, is getting these 3 and then making these doors, but they didn't make this second door. So let's make our other door here. Wrong button. Let's get some of this stuff. It looks like somebody came through and maybe killed a bunch of these things. Or maybe dragged them away with their horse. That's another potential option. Dragging stuff away with the horses and stuff. But it looks like somebody actually came through and killed a bunch of things. So I'm going to get to go through here. And it looks like get all of these for free. Which is crazy good. don't think I was the only one who had the goal of building and stuff like that this time. Yeah. Yeah, somebody else built like everything. That's freaking awesome. Good for you, dude. Yeah, they're never gonna get in here. There's a dude with a Gatling gun at the entrance, just mowing them down. That's awesome. Can I upgrade this? Hang on. Let's upgrade. Do I have? Yeah, I do. So they can't come around to the backside, right? Yeah, we're gonna really make this one strong. Okay, so now we got tier 3 gate here, right? So now if they come around this backside, we got a ghost, we got a tier 3 gate. Baroness is coming soon, so let's go see about some more resources. And let's go see about putting ourselves in a good position to mess with this Baron here, or this Baroness. We got a couple of wolves here with some more wood. We definitely need more wood. But it looks like just wood and metal are what you need to make the upgraded versions of the doors. So wood and metal, super important for setting up your doors early game in either your main area or the middle one. If you can get a couple of people to come together and get resources and really fortify that middle one like we've got now, I think that's just like game over. I don't know that anybody's getting inside ever again. And we've got all kinds of stuff over there now. So let's get some more metal. How much metal do I have? Oh, I got plenty of metal. Okay. Let's go down to the Baroness then, because she's spawning in 1 minute. Go down here to the Baroness. Let's see if anybody on their team comes over. Heck, see if anybody on my team comes over. I'm honestly kind of doubting that it's going to happen. Oh, did we get their structure? Hang on. We got their base. Yo, I'm going to go build some crazy good doors on it. I actually don't have enough to build good doors. I need more wood. I have more than enough metal to upgrade them like all the way. But I don't have any wood. Oh goodness, we've got the... Wow. I honestly kind of feel bad for these dudes. Yeah, I mean, spawn points. We can get places to buy uh, pots and stuff like that. So now, I mean, they're just trapped in their spawn now. Unless they come way outside. We have effectively locked them in. Because they can come out to the other sides and stuff. But, you know, our fortifications are just too strong. Now we can take the front up to tier 3. We can take the back up to tier 2. We have 80 more wood. Oh gosh, we got the Gorgon too. Or the Baroness. That's hilarious. Nice. Hey, rank 29. What's up? Who's the best? I'm the best. So good at this game. Alright, what we get out of our OPR chest? A conscript flail. Attunement, shirking, mortal aggression. None of that really fits together. So unfortunately, it looks like all that gets scrapped. Big old bummer. I tell you what, I need to sell some stuff. I need to make some more currency. I've only got 17,000 gold. Not even 16 something. Let's see if any of these charm items are worth anything. Doesn't look like it. That one, obviously, I get a lot of those. Oop. When did I get a blinding sweep charm? Bloodletting. Oh, these are the ones that are in my storage. That's right. Let's look at some moats here. We got quite a few moats. Meh. Those aren't going to really be worth anything. What about these flame cores? I don't even know what a flame core is. What are the golden scarabs worth now? Wow. Price on scarabs dropped a lot. Hardened alluvium. Okay. Those are kind of worth. Of course, I really do want to kind of keep all of these because I might need to make some of these items. Hmm. Leaded chunks probably aren't going to be worth much. Nope. Oh my god, they're so cheap. What about the lodestone? 3 per lodestone? Wow, that's actually pretty good. That's actually really good. I might need to start farming some lodestone. Hmm. That's kind of interesting. I need to get better mining utensils. I don't have very good ones right now. Let's actually look into that. What can I get for mining or gathering? So look at logging tools. Let's look at mithril. Let's look at gear score here. What do we need? What are perfect possible? Efficiency, yield, luck, and an alignment. That's definitely best in slot. And then alacrity just lets you move. So yield, efficiency, Azoth, luck. So no alacrity on this one. Yield, luck, efficiency. Recovery doesn't matter. So that's not luck, efficiency. I mean, mostly you're looking for luck, efficiency, yield, right? And these are going to be, yeah, yield, luck, garbage. But they are 700. Well, that one isn't. Oh, any of them that are 700 are like super expensive. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's go to mining tools. Let's look at these 700s. Okay, so any of them that are 700 are just being sold for an out of control price. Efficiency, luck, yield, alacrity. Ooh. Okay, that one's a ridiculous price for a reason. Okay, well, I'm going to have to just get the resources I need. I need to get my refinings up. And then I'll get my older brother to just make me the pristines or whatever. Prismatics. And then I will use umbral shards to make them super high level. Because the stuff I have right now just isn't that great. I wonder if that stuff will actually help in PvP too. I bet you it will. That's interesting. Man, so many things to work on in this game. Holy crap. I don't even know where to start. I'm kind of like locked down from too many options. I don't know what to do. Personally defeat 900 I am Syndicate. But I've apparently killed 900 of my allies. We want this one and this one. And then we do that, because that gives us one for free there. Because we got our wild stamp back. Let's go take a look at our PvP track. Ooh. Kite shield, refreshing cleanse, cooldowns reduced by 5% on block, lose 1 debuff. I like that lose 1 debuff. Unmoved. Ooh, I actually want these. These are great. You cannot be displaced when taking a hit. Reflect void damage back at the target equal to 16% of your weapon damage. Yo. That feels good. Okay. I definitely, I think I want to use these. So we're going to buy those. I actually want these to go in my catacomb set because things in there push me around too much. I get knocked around way too much. So let's equip these so we can see what the defeat players in Outpost Rush, nice. Defeat player enemies in Arena, defeat player enemies, and upgraded gypsum kiln. So gotta do all the things. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. Unmoved is dope. That's gonna be so good for the catacombs. I get bounced around in there like a flippin' ragdoll, dude. Gonna be good against PvP stuff, too. No more getting pulled, no more getting gravity weld. Well, I guess you could still get grav weld. But no more pulls. I like that. Yeah, we're using the shiznet out of those. Fireman, fireman, doing whatever a fire can. Lag. All right, let's get in here. Hey, I like this one. Here's something that I don't normally do here. Oh, it's already on. Normally, I kind of go the other way, I think. But I'm going to try coming over to this side and going all the way back into this corner over here. There's lots of just free trees. Ooh, nice. And wolves back here. I don't mind fighting the wolves because they have a resource for me. I don't like fighting the Lost and the Angry Earth. Because they're just an impediment for the sake of being an impediment, you know? Yeah, coming out over this side's been great. Oh, I missed a big ass vein over there. Oh, I missed a couple of veins over here. Oh, this side is so good. Get all the resources over here. Slightly smaller quantities, but plenty of wolves. I haven't had like this much hide so easily, so early in a while. My team has got the middle. So now might be the time to go over there. I just don't quite have enough wood. There's 3 entrances. And you want to level up all 3 entrances. So you need 120 wood per entrance. So you need 360 wood to make that middle zone super difficult to get into. We also own theirs, which there might be some value in just going over there. Let's get some more wood. And let's try and go fortify up theirs. Because that's only 2. So I only need 240 wood to max out those. Because there's only 2 entrances. Oh, they're coming for theirs. That's too bad. Ooh, I found all the enemies. Okay. That was interesting. Fuck, I lost all my goddamn resources. I might start just going all the way tanky for the PvP. So that I can skip enemies. And do like I'm doing right now where I wasn't fighting those angry earths. But it looks like the fighting isn't really concentrated here right now. Yeah, let's build up these doors. Because there's nobody here. Whoops. I want to use it. I want to upgrade it. Alright, we got a tier 3 door on one side. Gonna get a tier 2 door right here. Why don't we have a tier 2 door? Oh, I didn't have any ore. That sucks. Alright, more ore. More wood. Is it a little bit of a weird way to play PvP? To primarily do PvE? Absolutely. But I don't care. I don't like that all the matches, these last 3 matches have been really, really one-sided. My team has basically automatically won 2 of them, and the other team won the one that I lost. We have only lost 1 match today, though. That's kind of crazy. Out of 6 that we've played. Getting pretty lucky. I'm thinking probably the doors are the most important. I think, if you're going to do anything, making and fortifying doors is probably the answer. Nice. Got another win. Number 31. That still averages out to 30 with my number 30 from the last one. I did only get number 38 out of 40 on my loss. But that's fine. I honestly kind of wish that you could score more points by doing that PvE stuff. Because I think it would motivate more people to do it. And then the fights would be a little more interesting, I think. Be a little more siegey. Healing Heart. On Heart Rune, heal for 7.2% of your max health every second for 3 seconds. Ooh. Empowering Toast. On Potion Drink, gain Empower, Regenerate, health every second. Refreshing Move. Light attacks reduce your active weapon cooldowns. I don't think I quite want that combination of things. Like, I don't care about refreshing move, I don't think. Although, maybe. Regeneration, probably I don't care about. Although, could be good. But that healing heart, I think, is really good. And the empowering toast is really good. That's all very interesting. Oh, what'd we get here? Nothing I want. And nothing I want. And this is what I was already wearing, right? Yes. But I don't know if I actually care about those. They've got 2 conditionings, which is great. Oh, I have to focus more on killing players. Oh, nope. I've already done defeat 20 players in... outpost rush. There's no way I hit enough people that I got 20 assists there. Not a freaking chance. That's cool though. Got an empty gem slot. Oh, I just have to be. I thought I had to be like straight up getting assists. Oh, you mean like the people actually in my group, not just my whole OPR team, but the 5 people in my group or whatever. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wow. That's crazy. Well, I guess we got to play some arenas now, eh? Let's see. We got that right there. See what the PvP track gave us. Personally defeat 2,500 other players. That is a lie. I did not defeat, personally, 2,500 other players. Activities. Well, I've never played the 3v3 arena, but let's give it a go. I actually think I need to put my Ankh on for this, too. And maybe... Yeah, people are going to get mad at me, but... we're doing it. People are going to get all kinds of mad, but that's fine. So it looks like we got 2 hammer greatswords. Or 2 great axe greatswords. They're both hammer greatswords, okay. Well, I'm going to let them do their thing. And I'm going to try and disrupt, because I got shields and stuff like that. So if they got a healer, I'll disrupt their healer. And if not, I'll try and stun people that are on them. And I'll let them do the heavy damage lifting. If we win, maybe they won't get mad. Nice. Oh shit. Good fight, teammates. The fact that we had one person who survived for a while on their own is really good. Yo, this 3v3 arena is kind of fucking intense. Should I go ahead and switch in the hammer for the last one? So that I'm not a total troll. Ring of fire! Oh, nice. He ran through the fire to get up. Now that other person, death from above, is just going to end up F. This guy's pretty good. Get him, Toxic. Get him. Yeah. Good freaking job, dudes. Oh shit, he got me. I didn't realize I was almost dead there. You got him, Blues. You got him. Yeah, get him. Get him. Don't let him get away. Nice. Hey. My first ever 3v3 arena match. I've never played 3v3 arena. Like, since the game launched. I don't know when arena was added or if it's been there since launch, but I've never played. We get a win on the first one. What's up? I don't usually like that small team stuff very much, but that was a good time. Let's see what we get out of our 3v3 arena box. Some molten slag. Oh, okay, so these rewards are way worse. Than the OPR rewards. Which is weird, because it can take just the same amount of time. I hate it when they do stuff like that, because that makes me not want to play, like, at all, in the arenas. We only got 7, so maybe because I was dead for 2 of the kills. Defeat players in the arena 7. Defeat players in the arena 7. Defeat players in the arena... Okay, yeah, so it's because I was dead for 2 of them. So I have to stay alive for all the kills as well. Interesting. Okay, well. 2 or 3 more of those and we'll be right as rain. Let's do some more of that. I think there's a crazy shirking spear musket build in there somewhere for that 3v3 arena. Or maybe like fire spear with that build that you've been talking about, Cheesy Snacks, with the elemental overload. And then get a bunch of shirking on your spear or something. And then just build up all your overloads. And then dodge one time with a roll. And then just one-shot somebody. Or maybe a void blade. To power up your elementals. And I mean, you could do great sword, you could do, but I think spear would probably be the best. Obviously, musket is the best one to do it with. The fire staff musket has the most one-shot potential, I think, because you shoot somebody with the fire, and then you get the overpowered musket or the superpowered musket shot or whatever. Also, you can salvage your gear at one time in the inventory. Yeah, I know that. I like to look at it all. I really like to look at it. It makes me happy. Oh, you know what? I didn't turn into my little wolf form. Everybody's a freaking bruiser, dude. Great sword FTW. Great sword hatchet. Nice. Great sword hatchet. Why am I getting paired with all kinds of people who are running the same build? On the last one, we had 2 great sword hammers. And on this one, I got 2 great sword hatchets. That's kind of silly. Let's light this dude up. This arena's pretty good too. It's not just a boring ass flat arena. Too often when they try and make these like smaller scale PvPs in these games, they get really bogged down. Oh shit. I got clipped. Their other archer, not the one that died last, but the one that died first, is the weak spot on their team. We just need to take out that other archer and turn it into a 2v1 every time. Of course, this one who died last only died last because he ran off to the side and just left his team to take the brunt of our attacks. Oh my god. What the hell happened? What happened to my team? This other team is really kitey and squirrely. We're having some trouble pinning them down. Good job, team. All right, one more win. Oh my god, good job, dude. You just murdered those fools. Okay, this dude's annoying. Ooh. That dude was squirrely as hell. I only did 40,000 damage. I was last in damage. I got no kills. I died a lot. But that's okay. Because we won. And that's what really matters. Even if you're getting carried. Let's get another one in, try and level up some of these friggin' arties here. A nice tower shield, offense, defense, void protection, frozen protection, thrust conditioning. I wish that was triple protect on that shield. I would be salivating right now. Unfortunately, I have double protection, double conditioning. I need to put something in that gem slot. My gear is so shit right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's okay. We're gonna get there. We'll get some stuff with sockets in it. We'll get some rune glasses going on. The fact that I'm doing as well as I am at the things that I'm doing with just garbage. I mean, this stuff is just sad. Is pretty fantastic. I feel really good about myself. I feel real good about myself. What do we got here? How many more of these do we need? We need 4 more and 4 more. Okay. I think we can get that. Yo, I like this spear skin. This glaive thing. That's dope. Are you not wearing a secondary? Ah, void gauntlet. Got it. A void rapier with a void spear. With a big old tanky boy. I'm going to hang out just with these two. And I'm not going to... I'm not going to try and run in there. Unless, you know, there's like a ranged DPS or something, then I might go try and harass. But otherwise, I'll be hanging out with these two. Just trying to stun and stuff like that. Nice. Well done, gentlemen. Well freaking done. Sometimes all it takes is a well-placed CC. I'm totally going to take 100% credit for that fight. Nice. Gosh, I love small scale fights. This is so fun. Yeah, that was a good fight. Holy crap. 3-0'd him 3 games straight. That's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Alright, well that's 2 of my items leveled up again. Man, that was fun. Holy crap. So now we just have to defeat players in the open world 35 times. And defeat players in the open world 35 times here. Some Grit Ward. Divine health from non-consumable or lifesteal healing sources. Lifesteal and outgoing heals are 30% weaker, but all other healing is 20% stronger. Got our gem slots. Unfortunately, we have to max this one out. Well, we have to upgrade it at the kiln. So let's see. We have to take it out of our equipment. So if you haven't upgraded it at the kiln, there's a known issue right now where if you do the kiln upgrade, it'll take it back to 700 gear score, which sucks. So you need to get it all the way, or you at least need to upgrade it at the kiln before you do the other stuff to it. But it looks like, so I have everything except my armor matrix here. So let's go see. What does it take to make an armor matrix? I'm pretty sure I need to be, okay, 250. So can I buy armor matrices? Okay, I can buy an armor matrix. 9,500. I have the gold for that. I feel like that's totally worth, so that I have something to spend some of my stuff on here. Because I can just take this up to 800 right now. And that'll be nice. So let's get that. Hit the old craft button. Oh, it gives me an empty offense slot? That's nice. Okay. Oh, and I got my armoring leveled up there? Cool. Cool. Now let's go ahead and upgrade this bad boy. Bammo. Straight to 800. Please and thank you. Hell yeah. Now we just got to do some open world fighting. Shit, that was so much fun. All right. Well, I think that's a good spot probably to call it for today. That's about an 8-hour stream. I'm probably going to go like do one of the BS farms where you just farm legendary gear. Somebody was saying, so you used to be able to do the spiders. They nerfed that, but I don't think they touched the Tower of the Sun. So that's kind of the other farm is you go to the Tower of the Sun, you just go up to the top, and there's a boss up there or something that everybody kills a bunch of times. So we'll go check that while I'm off stream here and see if I can't just farm an ass ton of stuff and see if I can't get a couple of decent pieces to throw a little bit of umbral shards at so that I can, make use of those, start getting up to an 800 gear set, and maybe start being a little more effective in PvP and stuff, and then start thinking about doing the raid. I'd like to do the raid next week, I think. Or at least try. We'll start doing our M2s and M3s. We'll start doing raids. We'll do all that stuff probably starting next week. I'm a little behind some of the other faster players that have been playing more consistently, but we'll catch up. So yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. I really appreciate it. Had a lot of fun today. I'm really enjoying OPR. I'm really enjoying that 3v3. That map is really nice. I don't know if it's the only 3v3 map. I hope it isn't. I hope they add more 3v3 maps because I think, that one's got some good platforms, some good verticality, some good, stuff to move around and play around and stuff like that. They did a really good job with that map. So I hope that they get some more because just having a little bit of space to move around and a little bit of, hide and seeking to do, I think really goes a long way towards making those little fights like that way more interesting. So, yeah, I hope everybody has a great night. Thank you all for coming out, and I will see you all on the next one tomorrow.